and we're waiting for it to show that it's streaming, and now it is. Hello, everyone, and welcome to Adventure on So Many Levels, Rime of the Frostmaiden.
I've got chills.
Well,
That's funny.
appropriate. So, I'm Christiana Ellis. I'm the Dungeon Master, and tonight we're going to play some Dungeons and Dragons.
Yay!
Um, After a little bit of technical difficulty, starting us just a little bit later than originally intended, we are now, I'm just sending out an appropriate going live notification. And then we're going to play some Rime of the Frostmaiden, the latest adventure module released by Wizards of the Coast. Last week, we met 3 of our heroic adventurers. Marcher Northwind, played by Nobilis Reed.
Hello.
Iggy, played by Lee Burdett.
Hello.
Dox Rider Nothing, played by James Silverstein.
Hey.
Tonight, we're going to meet the other half of our adventuring party, and maybe we'll get to a point where everyone joins forces and becomes a party of 6. What do you say?
Cool. We're all
It'll take
gonna
a
die.
miracle. It'll take a miracle.
All right, well, there's no need to start with an immediate recap because we're actually starting with the brand new introduction of a different story, and those people don't know what happened unless they, watch the episode. But
Well, they don't have much internet in Frostwind Dale, so
that's right,
unlikely.
that's right. So let's get some. Oh, you know what? Here we go. Let's also get some, wintry ambiance going in Roll20 here. And take us over to the Icewind Dale map. And then we will meet our new adventurers. So, we're beginning with our adventurers just entering our Icewind Dale map. We have 3 figures trudging through waist-deep snow. It's dark out, but they're making their way. The land of Icewind Dale, cursed by the Frostmaiden, goddess of winter's wrath, to not have the sun rise above the mountains. 2 years now, the place is getting just colder and colder. And worse still for those who would travel there from other places, harsh blizzards are racking the pass, the only way in to Icewind Dale from the south. But there are some who still dare to try to make this journey through these extra harsh blizzards. And sometimes anyone who needs to make that trip might hire a guide. One such guide is Rowan. So, Jason, introduce us to Rowan, what he looks like as he trudges through this waist-deep snow leading this expedition.
Rowan, at first glance, looks almost unkempt, as if he's probably not seen the better side of a bed in a while. He seems very much accustomed to being in this snow, in this weather, in this cold. His hair is matted and dreaded and locked together. He's very much bundled up, even has a very nasty-looking pelt he wears. But it doesn't seem to bother him, no matter how cold it is. And he trudges along. His skin is not
Well,
very-
probably nothing exposed while you're outside, right?
yeah, not outside. So he would be definitely in not not a mask per se, but he's very much goggled up, got the equivalent of a baklava on, or baklava as we call it.
Is it balaclava? I actually
Balaclava.
balaclava. Baklava is a dessert, but
Delicious one. Made of
Yes, made of many layers.
Yeah.
it's obviously there to protect you from the cold. It's made of many
Yeah.
layers. And he will be patient with these, seeing as they are paying customers, mind you. And he's holding his hooded lantern up, waiting for them to catch up with him, because in this weather you do not want to be separated. So he's got them tethered to him with a rope.
Yes, and that's an extra serious concern right now, because you do see ahead of you the telltale clouds and haziness of the blizzard that doesn't ever seem to finish in the past these days. But as you prepare to head into this blizzard, who is next in this line? Who's in the middle position of this marching order?
Well, I think that would be you.
I'm the heaviest, though. Shouldn't I be in the back? Unless you think I'm also a good wall. Okay, I guess I'm in the middle then. So in the middle of this caravan is a 6'6" tall, 290-pound silver dragonborn named Ale. He's dressed not quite for this weather, maybe for about 40 degrees warmer, although he probably doesn't even need that. His colors are white and blue. If you could see in the dark, it's too dark. You'd see his shield is white with is blue with a white Byzantine cross on it. He's got a long sword, a crossbow. He's obviously a young fighter of some kind, and he's using his strength to push his way through the snow and make sure that the person behind him is still on this chain, and making sure that he can see the ranger ahead, because the ranger knows where he's going and Ali doesn't.
All right. And so, following the rope along as the wind starts to pick up, howling through this pass, starts to be roars through, starts to get hard to see even on top of the darkness. But who do we find at the end of this rope?
Holding his own lantern, is a human. You can't see it now, but he has red hair, kind of tan skin, and and hazel eyes, and he's a little shorter than average, about 5'4", and has a warhammer on one side and a shield.
Almost snack sized.
Well, you live in a world where there's halflings and stuff, so
Yes.
he's considerably bigger than a halfling.
He might be snack size for a human, but something tells you that with his hammer, snacks are met with smacks.
Yeah. So while we have Rowan, who is a ranger very experienced with making this journey, and we have Ale, who is a silver dragonborn and thus well suited to cold temperatures, don't bother him so much. How are you doing?
Wilfred is bundled up, and you can almost, and even though he's appropriately bundled, you can almost see the lantern, kind of vibrate with his shivering. He doesn't like this. He doesn't like this cold.
Yeah.
It's just not fun.
So, Rowan, you know that this blizzard was always going to happen. It always does these days, trying to make this crossing. And so you made plans to, you stopped in a very cold campsite where you all made snow caves to, weather the night in ahead of trying to plan for having as much light as possible during the most treacherous part of the journey. But that's what's coming up now. And so you know that right now you would just be starting to see the tiniest bit of twilight above the horizon, but it's starting to disappear. Any light you would see is vanishing into the fog and blowing snow of this blizzard. And so as all of you are trudging through this snow and the wind begins to pick up, I need you, Rowan, to make a survival check, which is not strictly speaking to keep you from getting lost exactly because you know this pass, but to just stay on the trail where you think you need to be and keep everyone, on track and maintaining awareness of everything. Got a survival roll incoming? Did we lose your sound, Jason?
Where he's muted.
We don't hear anything from you right now.
No, sorry, I was on mute. My bad.
Okay, there we go.
I'm so used to keeping myself on mute at work. So I'm just like,
Whoops. Okay.
oh, nice. I rolled man, that's a 27.
27.
You picked the right guide.
Okay. Quick question though. How do you get a 27?
Sentinel's intuition. Whenever I make a wisdom, I
Oh.
can roll a 4 and add it to it, and I rolled an 18.
There you go. See, I forgot you had that racial trait. I checked your modifier ahead of time, but I forgot about that. Okay, so very cool. Yeah, so that you know exactly what you're doing. This is a blizzard that most people would become helplessly lost in. But you're not most people. You know this pass like the back of your hand, having made the journey several times, even once these blizzards happen. And you had the foresight to tie everyone together. So even though Wilfred and Ale are, less experienced, all they have to do is keep following you.
May I do another survival check to make sure the other human who is not used to this how he's weathering this?
Well, I think that your 27 is sufficient to have that awareness. So we can talk about that without you needing to make another roll.
Yeah, I just want to make sure because I know this storm is coming and there's really no reason at this point, because this is basically a never-ending blizzard, there's no reason to try to camp and wait it out.
Mm-hmm.
In a normal circumstance, you would.
Yeah.
But this isn't going anywhere.
Right.
This has been here and it's going to stay here. So I just want to make sure that he at least can probably make the distance through the storm at least. And
Yeah.
if we have to, we can camp on the other side.
So how are you looking, Wilfred? Are you is this is certainly strenuous compared to hiking when you're not hiking through deep snow and harsh blowing winds and all of that. But how are you doing? Are you looking okay?
I think he's shivering, but it's more the thought of the
Yeah.
cold, like the heat. Yeah.
Well, how about this? How about let's get a Constitution saving throw?
Okay. That would be a 15.
A 15. Yeah, so I think, Rowan, that he looks like he's doing okay. He's not used to it, but he's holding up pretty well.
Well, I guess I thought like I was in the area for 2 years, so yeah, I might not be.
Okay, so clarify with me, David. We can sort this out right now. I thought we established that you were coming to the area brand new to the area when we talked about your
it's
backstory.
Like basically like my reason for coming here brought me here.
Okay, well,
basically
so
right before it.
I misunderstood because otherwise we would have gone through like which town you stayed in and where you lived and all of that sort of thing, and we didn't cover that because I thought you were saying you were fresh coming to the place.
Oh,
So
I-
is
okay.
is it a problem for you to just be coming now? I mean, I'm not sure
No,
why.
I mean-
Okay, I'm sorry. I didn't mean this to be a misunderstanding, but I built all of this based on what we agreed on, which was that you were coming to this place for the first time you were new in town. I thought that's what we said.
okay. Well,
Okay? I mean, okay. How about this? If you want to have been in the area for 2 years, you left and you're coming back now.
yeah.
You had to do something where you made a trip south and now you're coming back. But okay, so you're not new in town then. Okay. I'm
Yeah.
sorry. This is why we
haven't-
had the call earlier this week.
Yeah. I haven't made this particular trip during in these conditions.
Okay, but you
Any
would
time.
have though, is my point.
Like
Okay. Let's establish right now. It can go either way, but either you have been living in Icewind Dale for 2 years, or you haven't. And if you want to say you have been, I need more information as to what you've been doing, because that's not what we talked about when we talked about your backstory. Because we talked about this whole thing of like, what you had been doing before you came here and why you might have come here, but we did not talk about you having already been here for 2 years.
okay.
So like I would have asked like, where did you live?
Oh.
What town do you know? Like all of those sorts of things. So all of that is not a problem. We can decide all of that. That's not a big deal. But we just need to decide right now, have you been here for 2 years? If so, why are you now traveling through this pass? And it can't have been the first time you're going through the blizzard because the blizzard has been going for 2 years. So if you went south, you would have had to go through it that way first.
Well, okay. I was saying that I haven't done this very often. Like basically
Okay.
my time going out was my first time leaving Icewind Dale. Since I showed up.
So, okay, what have you been doing in Icewind Dale for 2 years?
Um, Yeah.
I don't mean to put you on the spot. I'm just saying it seems based on everything we're talking about that it's easier if you haven't been there for 2 years.
yeah,
Right.
you know, what, let's go ahead and do it that way.
Okay, I'm sorry. I don't mean to step on your backstory, but I thought we went over it and I misunderstood apparently.
Yeah, I apparently misunderstood as well. So
Okay, so
Anyway.
it is 100% okay. But like if you want to have your character have been living in the area for 2 years, that is totally fine. But it seems like if you're wanting that to be true, then it's true because you were doing something, right? So what is it?
yeah, It's-
But if you don't have anything, then why would you need to have been there for 2 years instead
Oh.
of coming for the first time? I'm sorry, I don't mean to make this a thing. But we're coming into Icewind Dale, and I want to be able to support your decisions. And so, if you want your character to have lived in the area for 2 years, that is cool. What were they doing?
I'm saying let's just move on. Like,
Okay, I'm sorry. I don't mean to put you on the spot. We'll cover this later. It's fine. You're making this journey
new.
now. All right. Okay, so it's a blizzard, everyone. Okay, so visibility is way down. It was already dark. Now it's dark and white out. you're having to shout to hear each other over the roaring winds. The winds make it physically harder to walk because they're pushing you back. And they're blowing snow. Like if you didn't have your faces already covered, this wind would just suck all the heat right out of you. It's already pretty bad, even through the various layers. Even those of you with resistance to cold find it uncomfortable. And it is extremely challenging travel. And Rowan is exactly right. If you were doing this anywhere else, you would hunker down and let the storm pass. But the problem is right here it won't. It's a magic blizzard. It won't pass. You need to go through it. So as you push through, you're making your way. Rowan is guiding you, but it's just exhausting. And I need everyone to make a Constitution saving throw. We can count the one that you did already, Wilfred.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. All right, so that's pretty low roll for Ali there.
Yeah, that
yeah?
apparently is not doing as
Yeah.
well as the Silver Dragonborn should.
Well, in this case, you're rolling against the physical exertion as opposed to the cold specifically. So that's a 3 for anyone just listening to audio. What about you, Rowan?
14.
Okay, 14. You're doing fine. But Ale, I think you have one level of exhaustion as you're trying to push through this. You're just finding the physical exertion of pushing through this deep snow against the wind is just draining you in a way you didn't expect. And then all of a sudden, I think everyone can make a perception check. All right, so
13.
17.
all right.
That is a 23.
There we go. Wow. Okay. Only Rowan picks this up because the howling wind is so extreme. Technically, you would have been rolling at disadvantage, but
Yeah, I just realized
it's,
that.
it's moot. No, I didn't say that, so it's fine. But you would have been. But just at the barest hint of your awareness, Rowan, you hear a sound on the winds. And you recognize that to be the call of an owl bear. And that sound likely means that it's got your sense. And it's
Oh
approaching.
boy.
So it's approaching, not coming from behind.
You don't know where. I mean, it's on the wind. It's hard to say where it's coming from. But it is close and coming closer.
Guys, and I try to yell as loud as I can over the wind. And I motion with the lantern to come to me.
Wilfred just kind of hurries up his steps and goes, "What is it?"
We're being hunted.
Of course we are.
No, I mean, actually, there's an owl bear in the area. It's coming. I don't know from what direction, but
Oh,
finding
no.
it in this is going to be a problem.
I give off a tired growl because I'm exhausted and also shamed because my two human companions are doing great and I'm not, and I just try to push forward to get closer to the ranger because the ranger knows what he's doing. And Ali does not.
So, make another survival check for me, Rowan. Well, I guess everyone can probably make. No, everyone who has lived in Icewind Dale can make it. But yeah, survival.
24.
All right, 24. That's pretty good. I'll just cover it. So I was anyone else making one or? Okay. Got a 24. So Rowan, what you know is that owlbears, snowy owlbears, which look like this. They would typically only attack looking for food. They're not vicious like they attacking just for fun. And generally speaking, as monstrous predators go, they're relatively lazy hunters, meaning attacking humanoids who might be armed is generally not something that they're going to do if they have another alternative. But you also know that their normal prey has been scarcer of late. And so you know that if it's preparing to attack you all, it might be desperate, but also that might mean if you could give it some alternative, that would suffice.
I think this thing is going to be desperate. We can risk a confrontation because it is on its way. But if you want to give up some of your supplies, we may be able to bait it off and get away. Maybe.
It's on the
You are
wind.
the expert. What do you suggest?
If it was up to me, I'd find a way for us to hide out this storm and this owl bear. But depends on how much supplies we have left.
You think probably a ration from each of you might do it, but the odds will be greater the more you do.
How of the starting rations, how many would you say that we would have used?
Just assume that the starting rations is what you have.
Okay. Well, I'm willing, since we're almost there, I'm willing to sacrifice a couple rations.
Yeah, I'll give about half. I don't think we're that far away. So I don't think it'll be too drastic to give up a little extra just for the better chance of it not coming to try to eat one of us.
Then we all will give rations and hope that the owl bear is satisfied with that than with our flesh and blood.
So your rations, because you're coming from the south, could have been any number of different things that would be normal travel food. Like it doesn't have to be things that would have been attainable in Icewind Dale. So what sorts of things do you have?
Can I make a check to see what type of things they normally eat if they don't have prey?
Sure. I mean, you got a 24 already, just like on this specific subject. So I mean, like if you, I think you already would know that typically that they're going to eat. They might hunt like reindeer. Certainly, any sort of smaller creatures like Arctic foxes or something would certainly be fair game. They will also sometimes get fish out of the rivers or lakes.
I'll gather up as much of the dried meat as I have.
Mm-hmm.
The fruits and nuts and things I'll keep because I feel like yes, protein is essential, but those can give me more energy than meat from time to time. So I'll sacrifice the jerk meat I have because I've got about it's like I got about starting rations about 20 pounds worth.
I mean, tell me what you're putting out.
Yeah, I'll put out about a pound of dried meat.
Okay. So, like, right now, the snow is just blowing like crazy and the wind is howling. Do you do anything to try to make it obvious where it is? To try to lead it away? Or what do you do with it once you've kind of bundled it up?
I'm trying to think if I have anything that would be pungent enough, or if I want to risk some sort of flame, even though open flame would last long.
I figure one of the thing part of the rations that Wilfred would have is like kind of like a spicy sauce, really strong smelling sausage.
Okay.
So that's the kind of thing that you smell you smell pretty easily, especially if you have an animal senses.
Sure.
I will prick my finger and a bit of my blood might also attract it.
All right. So you prepare a little package, and do you just like set it on the snow, like along the path where you're walking, and then leave it behind, or?
Actually, I'll put it off to the side of the path. Like, I'll try to dig away a little bit of the snow so it doesn't get buried.
Mm-hmm.
And I'll nestle it there, but I don't want it to be on the path, just in case if there is someone either following or coming along later. I don't want this owlbear to think, oh, I'm gonna get this picnic basket.
Yeah. All right. So you set that. You march a little ways off of the path. You set up this little offering, and then march back. And I think as you're making your way, trying to leave that little package in the distance, you do see through the blowing snow a big, an enormous white shape emerge from the forest and stop at your little package, and it seems to just stay there. It sort of flumps its butt down and begins to eat. Looks like you have made an acceptable offering, and it's not following you anymore at this time.
That's good.
Yeah. So, as you're making your way through the blizzard, I need one more survival check for the navigation and just keeping everything together.
Oh boy. 10.
10.
Oh,
Really? Okay.
And that's with Sentinel's intuition.
Yeah,
Oh,
yeah. So we established that Wilfred is last in the row, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
As you're marching all through this snow, you've been tethered together, but Wilfred, the rope breaks, and suddenly that loss of tension plus the wind, a particularly nasty gust of wind, had sort of pushed you backwards, and that's what made the rope snap, and you find yourself rolling and tumbling down a little bit of a slope. And once you manage to stop yourself and stand up, you can't see anyone. Ale, you certainly feel the rope snap I think Rowan wouldn't necessarily know it immediately because, unless there was a total tension between you and Aule. But Aule, you look back and you just see the end of the rope and the blowing snow.
Rowan, we've lost Wilford.
I spin around. Damn it.
I stay stock still so you can just pull up to me more easily.
I'm gonna see if I can look and see quickly if I can see if he fell or if he's still laying there. If not, I'm going to have to try to track him in this.
Yeah, yeah. So this is there's a let's see. You're all looking for each other. So we're making a survival group check. And so what that means is a survival check from each of you. And if two of the three of you succeed, then it's a success for the group. Trying to find each other. I mean, it wasn't far, but it's also like, it's, once you get more than 10, 15 feet away, it's impossible to see.
An 8.
Okay. All right, so that's going to be a failure.
I got a 9.
Oh, no.
Oh
Okay.
no.
So what that means is that you are still looking for each other, and it's been an hour now, and you haven't found each other yet.
So,
Um,
with
Huh.
that, I will. Let's see. Natural explorer.
So yeah, Rowan, you know exactly where you are. The problem is he's gotten separated from you.
I mean,
So we've been traveling in this for an hour, or over an hour.
Yeah.
Sweet.
Yeah. So yeah, you're right now, and not only that, but you're not even making any forward progress because you're trying to find each other, right?
and
I cannot see in this blizzard.
Wilfred's thought is like, kind of fighting between staying exactly where he's at, or just moving in the direction he, like up, because that's he rolled down.
Yeah.
Can I
Right,
see
like-
his? Since I know he had a hooded lantern, can I see it?
Well, so I think that the initial set of rolls were kind of what determined whether you could see or hear each other, right, as you're shouting. So so it's been an hour and you haven't been able to find each other. But if you want to do anything else to try to improve your chances in the next hour, we can talk about that. Otherwise, we're just making the same check again.
I mean, Wilfred, if his lantern went out, Wilfred would definitely be.
Yeah, I think you kind of tumbled over in the snow, so it seems plausible that it would have gone out.
Yeah.
But you could maybe get it lit again
Yeah.
and be holding that up. Does anyone else have thoughts? Or are you just kind of yelling out for each other?
I'll continue to yell out for him, but I also still want to keep trying to see if I can at least see where he fell.
Okay. Well, so basically what that means is we're making another survival group check.
Really?
Well, survival's not everybody's skill. There we go. Whose was that? That was so that's
No.
for Ale at 24.
No, but the other one's a 9 because I'm exhausted, so it's just a 9.
Oh. Okay, so you're disadvantaged, right?
Yes, I mean I would have made it the last time too, same thing. So
Right,
this
yeah.
exhaustion's killing me,
Okay.
literally.
Wilfred?
And I got a 10.
Okay, well, so that's once again, that's 2 out of 3. So it almost, even if Rowan, so I think what's happening now is that you're probably circling each other, right? Like it's impossible to see more than like 15 feet away. And and it's so hard to hear with this roaring wind, and it's so cold that that you could have just passed each other a dozen times in the last 2 hours. But it's starting to get a little bit desperate, and so I need you to try to see if you can think of any ways that would anything you could do to try to improve your chances. Because the thing is, Rowan, like this blizzard's not just going to go away. There's no just like hunkering down and waiting on this one. Normally you could, but not here.
Okay, I have an idea.
All right.
It may not help much, but I'm going to stop, take off my gear, pull out my drum, and start banging it in the hopes that Wilfred would hear it and can come to us.
There you
So
go.
I'm just gonna start banging on this drum as loud as I can. I used to be a musician once upon a time before the god told me to go west and serve him, and so I'm digging into that skill to try to just make enough noise that Wilfred will stop circling and run into us.
Great. All right. I will allow all of you to make this next check with advantage. So canceling out your disadvantage.
Okay. Oh, I can't.
Dirty 20.
Okay. 16, you said?
Yes.
Okay, that's a success. So, Ale, you're beating the drum hard enough that it's hard for you to hear anything else. But
Apparently.
nonetheless, though, your drumming is enough that Wilfred, you've been searching. It's been getting scary. I think you've probably been on the verge of saying, like, do I just try to make it on my own? Do I stop trying to look for them and just try to get through the storm? Then you start to hear, just in the distance, this boom, boom, boom. Yeah. And you follow the sound, and you are able to reunite with the others.
Oh, thank the gods.
Yeah. So, you could retie the rope, I suppose.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. We definitely want to do that.
Yeah. So I think with an extra couple of hours in the blizzard conditions, I think we need another Constitution saving throw for everybody. Yeah. Ale can make this one like with advantage. And saving throws wouldn't be at disadvantage even with them. I think exhaustion is only ability checks. So, but
Yeah.
you have advantage because the cold doesn't bother you in the same way.
17.
12.
Okay. All right. Well, so with advantage though.
Dirty 20.
Okay. So, yeah, I think no one gets a new level of exhaustion, but you do push through, and eventually the wind isn't blowing quite so hard. Snow is not falling quite so heavily, and you finally, gradually, make your way through the storm, and you're into the forest that surrounds the foothills. You're on the 10 trail, and you're only a couple of hours out from Bryn Shander, the largest of the cities in Tent House.
Oh,
Oh.
So it is still in the minus 40s outside. It is dark. And this is weather where if you were to spit, it would crackle and freeze before it hits the ground. It's definitely one of those places where you could do the trick that if you had a pot of hot water, boiling water, you could toss it up in the air and it would just go and turn into snow. That's how cold it is. But now the wind's not blowing so hard. Now it's not quite such a struggle. You have more of an obvious trail to follow. And the going is much easier by comparison.
Once we get to a place where the snow isn't as deep, I'll go ahead and untie us.
All right.
Well, even after being untied, Wilfred is not straying from them at all. So scary.
Yeah. This is exactly why so few people make that journey anymore. And when they do it with a guide.
Not to be made without one.
So you think that right now, from where you are, it is about 9 hours of walking on the trail. So are you going to try to make camp again for the night, or are you going to just try to push through?
How long would it be to get to Dugan's Hole?
Well, it would be probably about the same, because you could do about half the distance on the trail, but then if you were to cut across, it's not on the trail, so the going isn't as easy.
That's fine. I think once we get down, like out of like to the base of kind of the foothills, like near where the
Yeah.
river. I'd say we try to make camp there in that little cusp of trees.
Okay.
And try to cut some of that wind.
Sure, sure. All right, so I think as you are making camp there, probably once again, probably the best solution in this sort of a setup is, once again, you make some little snow caves. You just dig your way in to have this little insulated pocket, and then you have your own sorts of furs and everything where you can line it all and have a little bit of a refuge against the snow. But as are you having anybody like do a watch?
I'll do the watch. I'll
Okay.
let them get rest.
All right.
I would do a watch, but I am exhausted, so I must not.
You've done enough. The drum was a good idea.
I could take a watch if need be.
Yeah.
Sure, wandering out in the cold alone can be taxing.
Well, doesn't have to go far to do a watch, but uh, it's true.
No, I plan
I'll-
on I would
I'll-
plan on not straying from sight of the of what our place.
Do you want to do a full rest, or do you want to just do a few hours?
Huh?
Do you guys want to rest for a few hours, or do you want to do a full rest?
I would like to do a full rest.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it's probably best to do a full rest.
All right. Okay, so with Rowan taking first watch, and then Wilfred taking second watch. Let's see. Okay, so, yeah. So, Rowan, I think that towards the tail end of your watch, the weather is much clearer now. It's a starry sky above, and in fact, you are looking up now, and you get to see this strange swirling aurora of colored lights streak across the sky that everyone believes is literally the Frostmaiden casting her spell, which she does every day at midnight. This spell which curses the land to such cold weather.
Like counterspell.
But as you're looking up at that, it's easy to sort of just be dazzled by it a little bit. But then as you are kind of remember that you're trying to keep watch as well, you happen to glance through some of the trees, and in the distance, just at the limits of your perception, you see what looks like a humanoid figure, dark and silhouetted against the snow, except that where their face would be is just light shining out. It's a cold, sort of bluish white light. And while you might expect a person to be carrying a lantern or something, the light does seem to be coming from where their face would be. And it's just this humanoid silhouette standing in the woods, probably 300 feet away.
And how long has this been into our actual camp?
It's been a few hours, and so you're not, rested yet, but it's towards the tail end of your watch.
Is it approaching or watching?
It seems like it's just watching. Right now, it's just standing there. Like when you notice it, it was just standing in that spot, so you didn't see it come from wherever it was before, but it doesn't seem to be coming any closer either.
Okay. I'm going to hunker down and shade the hooded lantern a bit,
Okay.
and I'm going to draw my bow and notch an arrow and wait.
Okay. So you wait, and it's just standing there. It's just standing there. It's not moving. Like, it's unnaturally still,
It's
monstrously still.
definitely not good.
It's not. You are increasingly sure, whatever this thing is, it's not. It's not human or any of the other sorts of humanoid races that you would be familiar with.
I'm gonna try to rouse them as much as I can without being too loud, because I don't want it to. If it doesn't notice that I notice it, I don't want it to.
So, when you go to wake Aule and Wilfred, and then go to point it out, it's gone.
What did you? What is it?
Oh,
I don't.
what did you see, Ranger?
I don't think it was an illusion. Something is watching us. And I describe it. I'm like, it stood still, kind of like how trees, when you're alone in the woods, are still, almost unnaturally still, as if nothing would make the noise or move, or nothing can remove it from that place, except it had no face. Face was light. It was emitting light, almost as if it itself was a lantern of some kind.
Does that sound like anything?
It's nothing. I've
No.
ever seen.
Yeah, I don't think any of you have ever heard of something like that before.
I've walked many roads, but that is something new to me.
Yeah, I think Rowan, it gave you just the teeniest hint of like an undead vibe, just the way it was so still. But obviously, it was too far away to know anything for sure. But obviously, it's not there now, so it did something. But in any case, though, it seems to have gone. There doesn't seem to be anything else at concern, and so it's, might as well shift watches.
What type of being is your character, Jason?
Human.
Human.
Human? Okay.
Yeah, human.
Yeah.
I'm just really good at this snowland stuff.
Yeah.
Okay. So yeah. Hi.
Be vigilant. I don't know what that was, but I would much rather, if it is going to follow us someplace where we can have more than just the three of us.
Yeah, that sounds like a good plan.
Yeah.
Ah, it is true.
All right.
I'll take watch.
Okay, so go ahead and make a perception check, Wilfred, for your watch.
6.
Okay, yeah. You don't see anything. You're well. So tell us if you think your 6 means you got distracted with something. It doesn't have to. It could just be that you just, you know,
I think Wilford is just he's so paranoid. He's looking too hard.
Hmm.
So it's like, where otherwise he would be, where he might catch something.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Well, it's also dark, and
Yeah.
it's just like it's the wilderness, which even if you have lived in Icewind Dale for 2 years, you're probably not usually out in the wilderness.
No, no.
Yeah, so just this feeling of like, I'm keeping watch, but what am I watching? Like, there's snow, there's trees, there's more snow. There's the sky, but I guess I shouldn't look up there. But then there's more snow and trees and.
Actually, you know what?
Mhm.
I changed my mind. Would the Aurora thing still be around?
Yeah, it's dwindling now because it's strongest when it appears at midnight and then gradually fades.
I think he would be distracted by that.
Yeah.
'Cause-
All right. So, in any case, you don't see anything suspicious. You finish your watch. Everyone can have a long rest. And
Oh, good. No
be
more
ready-
exhaustion.
Yeah, be ready to move on towards Bryn Shander in the morning. I assume Bryn Shander is where you're going. That's the obvious destination, unless any of you want to have made a case for something else. So this is part of where. So, Wilfred, like, do you have a feeling of like where you would have been staying for your time in 10 Towns?
Not really.
Okay. Probably Bryn Shander then would be the
Yeah,
starting
that'd be
place.
the-
That's the biggest of the towns.
Yeah.
So, do you have a house there? Or
Uh,
were you staying in a tavern
no,
or staying in an inn?
I would say he would have been, if he had been there, he would have been staying like inns and such.
Okay. Well, so I mean, we're still talking in hypotheticals. Do you want to say that it was, or I don't. I'm sorry to put you on the spot, but it just like it matters to the story. Like if you had a house, you could go to that house.
Yeah, I'd say no house.
Okay. All right. So I think then that there is an inn in Bryn Shander where you had been staying, and that's probably where you would be planning to go, would be my guess.
Okay.
Yes? I mean,
we decided that he wasn't from there, so.
oh, okay. I'm sorry. Okay. I'm sorry this is becoming such a thing. I would like you to choose which you prefer. If you want him to have been living in 10 Towns for 2 years, that's 100% okay. Is that what you want?
He's new,
Okay. All right. So,
so
you have heard that there's an inn in Bryn Shander
Yeah.
where you should probably stay, and Rowan would suggest it. So,
Yeah.
So you all have a day of travel, on the road, this 10 trail up to Bryn Shander. But while it's certainly extremely cold compared to yesterday, going through the mountains in the blizzard and everything, it is much easier. So it is a lot of trudging. It's very cold, but otherwise you're getting through it, making through okay. And so let's go ahead and switch you to Bryn Shander. Okay. So There's so many maps in this module. It takes forever to just like switch everyone through. So I literally, like, there have to be placeholder pages to sort of briefly put you on before, so I can just finish scrolling over to the other map. All right. Bryn Shander is the largest town in 10 towns. And as you make your way in through the southwest gate down here, I think, Rowan, the place that you would suggest that they go to get a room would be the North Look, which is an inn and tavern at the northern end of the city.
The end is on the. You said it was on the what side of the city?
North. Because it's called the North Look, it's literally because it's like at the spot where it looks north.
The North Look is the best bet for room and board. It's still a little ways since we're on the opposite end of where we want to be.
Well, okay, but the city is also not that big. It's like half a mile.
Yeah. And it's probably, even if there is wind blowing, it's probably, kept down by the buildings.
Yeah, and this city has a wall, which it is one of only 2 of the 10 towns that has a wall on it. So it is definitely the most fortified, the most well protected of the 10 towns. And so I think as you're entering this city, I think the thing that probably stands out to Wilfred and Ale is that it feels very quiet compared to one of the more southern cities, just because people don't spend time outside here if they don't have to. Anyone that you see on the street is so bundled up as you could probably tell a dwarf from a halfling from a human, but otherwise everyone is bundled up in furs, totally face covered, and they're hurrying from one place to another. They're not standing around for chit chat. And so, although you can certainly see light peeking through closed shutters and smoke pouring from chimneys, by and large, the streets are very quiet here. But do you all make your way to the North Look?
Yep.
Yes.
All right.
I mean, I'll take my time as much as my companions will let me, because I'm like new town, new place, new check mark on my wanderings. I want to see what's here, even if I mean it's not the grandest city I've seen by far, but it is new.
Well, so tell me what sorts of things you would be on the lookout for.
Interesting shaped buildings, taverns with interesting signs hanging over them. What people, you've already described how people address the layout of the streets. Are there fountains, statues?
By and large, not very much. There is not a lot of ornamentation. I mean, a lot of the buildings have carved wood and painted wood, decorations on them, but there's not a lot of other monuments and such on the outside. You do pass on your way into the town. You look and you pass some stables where you see that they have these large 2-legged birds called axebeaks that are pack animals. You wouldn't ride them, but they can carry stuff. And they have these big splayed-toed feet that are good for marching on the snow. Let's see, I probably have a handout for axebeaks.
Ale stops and just looks. I don't think he's seen an axebeak on his travels west, so this is new and exciting.
Yeah, hang on.
Right.
Here, let me give you a player handout for axebeaks. This is what
yes.
those look like.
Is that something Wilfred would be familiar with at all?
I mean, I think that you might know that axebeaks are a type of creature that is sometimes domesticated in the South, but usually they don't. It's this variety is like bigger and fluffier in its feathers.
Arctic variety.
Yeah,
It's the abominable snow chocobo.
yeah, yeah, pretty
Well,
much.
that's unique.
Mhm.
Oh man, let's go.
I look at him and go, axe beaks. Great for hauling things, but they'd rather eat you instead.
Do they smell bad on the outside?
Pretty bad. I mean, it's cold, so like there's a little bit of like you're like all your nose hairs are
It's like-
frozen. So you get the feeling that like if you were to go into the stables, yeah, it probably smells bad. You don't really smell them from here.
If they smell bad on the outside,
Yeah.
They are not for eating.
Yeah. So you do also like on your way in, you spot a big building, which Rowan could point out as being the council hall. The council hall is the place where each town has its own town speaker, which is kind of like the mayor, right? And then all of the town speakers sometimes come to Bryn Shander to have a council of all of the speakers together for things that would affect the whole region, and that council hall is where they meet.
Good, interesting.
Yeah. And then kind of making your way through towards the center of town, where you come to this big intersection, you see that there is a town hall that is, it is where they do the just town specific business when it's not the full meeting of everyone. And then as you're heading further north, you're also going to pass Black Iron Blades, which, Rowan, I think you would probably tell them if you need to pick up on some like weapons or armor or something like that. That's a good place to go. They have a lot of stuff. It's frankly not the best stuff, but some things are hard to come by in 10 towns, and at least there, if you need a sword, you can get a sword and so on. Like it's not the best compared to something you might get in Waterdeep, say, but you can get what you need there. But then, of course, you would make your way to the North Gate and the North Look Inn and Tavern. So, the North Look is the establishment most frequented by mercenaries and adventurers. It is the adventurer inn. It's the place where, that's where you generally want to go if that's the sort of thing you're going to do, because that's where people are talking about jobs. People are, understand that it's not, you might want to come in bearing a lot of weapons, and it's not something that should be viewed with alarm. It's an adventurer thing, and it's also got a tap room where people come and they just gossip about stuff that's going on in 10 towns.
concentrate the gossip where the people that or the problem concentrate the talking about problems where the people that would solve them would be. So.
Yeah. As you make your way into the North Look, you're greeted by the inn's proprietor, who's Scramsax is his name, and he basically is very keen on having like adventurers come and stay. And Rowan, I think, although certainly your companions here seem to at least have some spending money to start with, Scramsax has actually been known to let people stay on credit, but he does eventually expect to collect with interest. And then I think also as you all kind of look around and see this tavern, and let me switch to some tavern music. So in the tavern, there is also a great big knucklehead trout mounted on a plaque on the wall with a plaque beneath it that says "Old Bitey."
That is some fish.
Yeah.
Ah,
Yeah.
He does not look pleased to be on the plaque.
If you've
Yeah.
got the coin to stay, pay it. Don't take the credit.
oh, how much would a room be?
So I'm not going to, in this campaign, nickel and dime you on getting a room at the
Wow.
inn and that sort of thing. So let's say that it's like, I mean, let's not worry about it.
Yeah.
You know.
Well, this is more just like in character, be like,
Yeah,
yeah. It's like,
sure. It's affordable. Yeah.
well, if it's affordable, then I will gladly take it. That fish, what type of fish is that?
Yeah, so Rowan, you would definitely know it. It's a knucklehead trout. It is the primary fish staple in this region, and so lots of people. It's their primary food source from fishermen and fishers that go out on the lakes and haul these things back in. And let me make it clear that this fish is like 5 feet long, probably weighed like 70 pounds.
It's a waste of good food, that's what it is. But that's just one of the knucklehead trout that everyone fishes around here.
Yeah, this one is particularly big and mean looking, but
So that's what a knucklehead trout looks like.
Mhm.
I've heard some things of them.
Oh, I'm sure if you ask the proprietor of this inn, he'll tell you how he got it.
do you make everyone make a perception check as you're kind of looking at the fish?
What's my perception? Test you.
18.
All right.
One.
7.
All right. So, with your 18, Wilfred, you, what was yours, Rowan? Did you make the perception
21.
check? 21. Okay. So yeah, so Wilfred, yeah, you notice that this fish, like you've seen taxidermied fish before, so it's not like bizarre to see one, but this one looks a little bit strange. Like there's almost like the shine on its sort of preserved fish skin seems to have a surprising little glimmer to it.
Oh. That's strange.
What is strange?
Okay, so just to clarify, it seems like it's not as shiny as it should be.
Well, it's like you couldn't put your finger on what it is about it that's that like what is it that's weird about it? But there's something uncanny about it that just gives you a little bit of this feeling like there's something about it. It's strange. You would have to get closer to examine it further.
I'm not quite sure what it is, but something seems strange about that fish. Other than its size, and it's enormous for my experience.
Perhaps it was a good year?
I don't know. And I'll start wandering over to it.
Okay. So, as you wander over to it, you lean in close, and all of a sudden, the head lurches away from the plaque, and it tries to bite you.
Ah!
It only rolls a 7, though, so you are easily able to evade, as it magically sort of like leans out and tries to bite you, and then everyone in the bar laughs because you're surprised by it, because apparently this is a thing. And so what you had noticed, Rowan, was everyone in the bar trying not to give it away, that like, oh my gosh, there's a newcomer. He's gonna go after old Bitey. He's gonna look at it.
and Wilfred's like, just when it comes to you, it just falls on his butt.
Yeah.
I will grab you and put you back on your feet.
Yeah. There's cheers and applause in the tap room, and in fact, Scramsax kind of comes over and shakes your hand and just says, everyone who gets startled by old Bitey gets a nail on the house.
Okay, I will take a nail.
You need a nail.
So, as you're looking at it, he says, it also does this. And he stands in a certain spot and then sort of waves his hand. And then it leans out again, but not to bite this time. And it goes, "There's a place I like to go, farther up the river's flow. Where it is, I do not know. Must be under all that snow."
It sings.
And then it goes back to being, inanimate.
And his embarrassment turns into a bit of fascination.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, ooh, that's
a wizard did it, obviously.
Literally in this case, says Scramsax. There was a while back when, there's basically this old Bitey here was kind of a legend in Mare Dwalden for a long time. Basically, there was it was a whole thing. Like, so many people had gotten themselves pulled into the water by that fish. This was years ago when it wasn't quite so treacherous out on the lakes. But eventually, there was a human who named Kintyre, who and her friend the Maverick. They went out there. They hauled old Bitey out of the water and brought it here. And they were going to have it cooked. But I said, this is too famous a fish to just cook it. So I bought it to have it stuffed up there. And it was actually years later that a wizard adventurer coming through enchanted it to do that. So now you know the story of old Bitey.
And why, if it got famous for pulling a lot of people in, why is it called Old Bitey?
Well, because once it got you in the water, it tried to take a snap out of you. Yeah.
Did people lose much flesh to it?
Oh, here and there, like knucklehead trout, is not the most dangerous creature out here in the wilds, but sometimes.
Fingers, I would guess.
Yeah, that'd be the most like, or maybe a chunk of your behind.
Was anything interesting found inside of it?
Oh, I don't know.
Okay.
What are you thinking of the old legends of magic rings found in strange fish?
Something like that.
Mostly legends.
Well, I had it stuffed. That's an installation piece.
How old actually is it? Like when was it stuffed?
Oh, it was let's see, 5 years ago.
I've never seen you with a lack of a story. These newcomers must have your number.
Well, I'm just your friend's looking at old Bitey a little funny there, like.
They're from down south. I don't think they've ever seen a knucklehead trout.
He gestures at it. They don't all look like that one.
I doubt not.
So, Are you continuing to kind of press about that, or what's everyone else doing?
Well, I think Wilford's going mainly to just like looking at it from a magic perspective.
Mm-hmm.
Just like,
Want to make
yeah.
an Arcana check?
Sure. Oh, okay. I thought it was a 1, but it's a 7. That brings it to 11.
Okay. Well, so you don't know exactly. I mean, it's obviously enchanted in some way. There is a spell that you've heard about called Magic Mouth, and you suspect this is like a variation on that.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
But yeah, he's kind of, he's just gonna keep looking at it.
Mhm.
Think.
Yeah. After a little while, Scramsax is like he's proud of it, but you're over fascinated in a way that's a little suspicious. So he kind of says, "If you want your ale, come on over to the bar."
Oh yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
And as he sits at the bar, he's gonna take out some paper and just start writing notes on. And Scramsax would notice, like, taking notes about enchantment and basically make it obvious that he's looking at the magic aspect.
Mm-hmm. Okay. What are Rowan and Ole doing? We'll assume that you've already arranged for rooms for tonight.
I'm gonna
Got-
sitting at the bar and just gonna order a drink.
Okay.
Yep, get a drink and look to see who the adventuring population of
Sure.
Bryn Shander is.
Yeah. So it's much nicer in here. In here, there's a roaring fire. It's warm. Everyone's kind of shed their. Everyone's got these piles of furs that they've taken off as they come in. We're here where it's warm, and the ale is flowing, and it's a chatty, boisterous place. So there are definitely people, gossiping about stuff. So would Ale be kind of eavesdropping?
I'm curious as to the racial species mix of the bar and basically what they're talking about. Because he's thinking about his stone. He's thinking about he's going to need to find jobs and stuff. So pick up on what's going on around here besides the obvious that might attract his interest.
Sure. So as you're glancing around, let me come back to you in just a second. What are you doing, Rowan?
I'm gonna keep an ear out to see if anyone's talking about the behavior of the animals and so forth in the area, because again, having an owl bear literally approach us in such a desperate manner means that things are not good if it can't find a way.
Well, so I think what you know already is just that because of the weather being so cold and not getting a real summer, a lot of the wildlife that normally lives in Icewind Dale is it's more it's scarcer. It's harder for them to find food, and so there are a lot of creatures that might normally only be deeper in the wilderness and avoiding where humanoids are, that are having to venture further afield just because of just because there's they're looking for food. And so you know that part already. But just chatting up a little bit, you do hear from a few people, you're hearing a couple of different snippets of stories that do suggest there's some stuff that seems weirder than that. And it's not about owlbears per se, but you do hear that there's a strange white moose in Lonelywood that seems to be causing a lot of trouble because it's attacking people, but then they have hunters in Lonelywood and they haven't had any luck catching it. And then you also hear something about a lake monster in Bremen. So some of these sorts of things are new.
I'll make note of that.
So, Ale, as you're glancing around, looking at the people, you see that, like, 10 Towns is majority human, but there's a fair mix of other races. There's certainly, probably next largest number would be dwarves. But then there's also halflings and half elves, and there's you see a green dragonborn over in the corner, but when you are doing that glancing around, there is one dwarf in particular that when you sort of look over there, she makes eye contact. She's a dwarf, and she's got a battle axe and a hand axe kind of at her side. She looks to you like she's doing the same thing you're doing, like sizing everybody up and the newcomers and everything. But when you look over there, she makes eye contact with you. And there's a little bit so she's clearly sizing you up. What sort of body language or anything do you give her back?
I'll start with the nod, like I see that you're studying me, and then I'll just grab the drink I have, probably some sort of ale, and walk over.
Okay. So she sees you come over and offers up a hand. She doesn't get up, but she does, lift her hand up to shake your hand and says, "Hlyn Trollbane, who might you be?"
My name is now. I'll speak in Dwarvish. Dwarvish is one of my languages. My name is Ale. It's well meant to meet one of your folk here.
Ah, well, your dwarven is quite good, if I do say so. Are you from? You look like you just got in, if I don't mind me saying so.
The ranger just guided us in. Yes.
So
That's it.
Oh, please.
I'll
You
sit
can
down
invite your
and-
friends to come on over too if you think that the three of you might be interested in some work.
I'll give a glance over at what Wilfred and Rowan are doing and see if they're amenable or they're just wrapped up in their own things at the moment to join us.
So, what do you all think, Wilfred? Have you finished your notes or?
I think you would like it might take a moment, but you notice Ollie looking and say, oh, and like, okay, and take his ale and go. Do you need something?
All right.
Making a new friend.
This dwarf
Okay.
offers a hand. Hlyn Trollbane,
Wilfred Cole, and I'll shake it.
please sit.
I've switched back to common since we have Wilfred here.
All right. Do you go over as well, Rowan?
Yeah, since I've heard a few things, although one of those things is a little troubling to me. But I'll come back to that. I'll come back to that, and I'll go over and see what they've gotten themselves into.
Yeah.
I feel like I need a minder.
Yeah. So as you come over, this dwarf also greets you, and she just says, "So, might the three of you be adventuring party, or interested in becoming one to do some work?"
I'm interested in some work.
What kind of work?
Well, I guess the first question is to ask if you've heard about the murders.
We have just arrived in town, so that is no. What murders?
Murders in town or elsewhere?
Well, in 10 towns. There's one been in here in Bryn Shander. But, just 3 days ago, a dwarf glassblower murdered. Found with a dagger of ice still embedded in his heart.
Oh no!
But, yeah. And 2 more in the past month. There's a halfling trapper in East Haven and a human shipbuilder in Targos, both with the same dagger of ice in their heart.
Any markings on the dagger? Uh,
No, although it was made of just solid ice, there's no metal there. And I don't know if you've ever tried to stab someone with an icicle here in Icewind Dale. The kids try it, but it's actually not great for stabbing people generally.
oh,
But these seem to
I
do the
imagine.
job. Right through
Well,
the
I was-
sternum.
Oh, yes. That. Well, I was thinking markings like magical enchantments.
Well, see, here's the thing. There might be. But the authorities around here don't seem that interested in doing any kind of a significant investigation. And that sort of thing's not my specialty. But here's the thing. I know who did it.
Oh,
Do you now?
Yeah. Bodyguard works for a trading caravan named Torgs. Bodyguard's name is Sefik. You lay your eyes on this guy, you know he's not right. Doesn't need to dress up. He seems human, except he, out in the cold, you see him in his shirt sleeves. And you just watch him. See, here's the thing. The authorities don't seem interested, but this sort of thing just don't sit right with me. And I honestly tried to see if I could take him down myself, but it didn't go well. He's more than I can handle. And now they've seen me, and so I'm not getting anywhere near him again. And so between you and me, I'm looking for a couple of adventurers to. I'm looking for a couple of adventurers to kill this guy, stop some murders, do some good, and I'll pay you 100 gold pieces to take care of this guy.
Would not bringing him to justice and having him face the law be better?
No. This guy, there's something to him. See, I think this is just a theory now. This guy, his victims come from the only 3 towns that sacrifice people to the Frostmaiden on nights of the new moon. You know, that's here and Targos and East Haven. And maybe those victims found some way to keep their names out of the drawings. And he's clearly got some kind of deal with the Frostmaiden, and that's how he, endures the cold. Maybe he's doing the Frostmaiden's work. That's my theory. Look, I'm not telling you to kill a random guy. I'm just saying, you follow this guy, you take a look at what he does and where he goes, I think you'll come to the same conclusion I did. But see, the problem is I can't follow him anymore. They've seen my face. But you could get close.
Trouble.
well, that is.
The murders are concerning. I am more concerned about bringing the murder to proper justice than killing him in cold blood.
See, here's...
You have not said to my satisfaction why bringing him to justice is not
They
the right
they
action.
don't care. You're obviously new in town. Look, I don't mean to offend your sensibilities here, but I brought my theory to the town speaker, and they don't care. So you bring this guy in, and he's clearly got something magic going on. If he doesn't hurt somebody trying to escape, who knows what he might do. And that's if they decide to take him in at all. I think the surest way to stop these murders is just put an end to this guy. Who knows what would happen if you try to go through the town speaker. Like, they're not equipped for magic prisoners.
Talk doesn't go very far in the deep cold, that's for sure. So how many people have you brought this to their attention? other than us three?
Well, not many yet. See, the latest murder was just 3 days ago, and I caught up with them the day after that. I think they've set out for East Haven since then, and I've been trying to figure out who I can get to send after them, and you're the first likely group I've seen. If you're worried about competition, I haven't sent anyone else after him yet.
I would say that you asking so openly about this might make the people you ask a target.
What do you mean?
Well, you followed him and now they've seen your face, so you're worried about having to handle this guy, seeing as he was too much for you to begin with. Now you're asking three strangers openly in a public place to basically murder this man. Do you not think that he potentially could have people watching?
No. See,
You are?
I think you're overthinking this. This is not a vast spy network. This is a trading caravan with 4 people in it, and he's one of them. And they went to East Haven 2 days ago.
If it's a trading caravan, how long have they been here? Or been in the area?
I mean, they've been traveling around for a little while. I mean, I don't even know that those 3 murders are the only ones. Those are just the ones that I know about, because there's no formal organization. Because it's not just the town speaker here. See, the problem is, town speaker of Bryn Shander, 1 murder. That's bad. He doesn't care. The problem is, 1 murder here, 1 murder in Targos. Targos doesn't care about the murder in Bryn Shander. Bryn Shander doesn't care about the murder in Targos. New murder over in East Haven. Bryn Shander and Targos don't care. No one sees the pattern here but me.
And how deep in your ale are you?
Look, I got 100 gold. Do you want it or not? If you want it, take care of this guy for me. If you don't, then you can piss off.
If you two want to get involved, I'll guide you to East Haven.
I stand up from the table, give a nod to the dwarf, and walk outside to clear my head.
Well, I figure if nothing else, we can go to, see about asking this town speaker. I mean, if they still have the weapon, take a look at it, maybe
No,
find something interesting.
It's ice. They find the frozen body with the dagger in it, and you take it out and it melts. It's ice. There's no... They don't have the dagger still. It's ice.
Oh, okay.
Besides, what are you investigating it for? I know who did it. I'm telling you who did it. If your friend here is a little too, uppity for, murder for hire, tell him to stop a serial killer. Look, if you don't want to believe me, then fine. But I'm telling you that guy's a suspect. If you follow him and you don't come to the same conclusion that I did, then fine, you could leave. But I'm telling you, there's a serial killer who's going to kill again, and I'll give you 100 gold to stop him.
How about this? If these two wish to investigate it and find out if what you're saying is true, we'll take 50 gold now.
Oh, no. You think I'm new to 10 towns? Nothing in advance. You're going to take my 50 gold and do nothing.
Fine, then you come with us then.
I'll come with you, but the problem is, once we get close, if they see me, they're going to know something's up.
It's fine. Then
So my suggestion would be, if the 3 of you can get this guy by himself, you only have to take him out instead of dealing with his whole trading caravan. But you see, if they spot me, they're going to stick together. So I'll come, but I'm just warning you, it's going to make it harder if they see me.
I'm not new to 10 towns either, and I'm not going out into the deep cold for nothing.
I don't blame you, but it's not for nothing, is it? It's 100 gold.
These killings haven't bothered me at all. I'm just a guide.
Look, obviously I approached the wrong trio. If you don't want the job, that's fine. I'll find someone else. Hopefully there won't be any more murders between now and then.
I'm just saying, We need supplies, oil for lanterns, food, rations. East Haven isn't a hop, skip, and a jump away anymore if you've not noticed.
What do you want from me here? I'm offering you a job and you're what? Like what are you asking me for right now?
Perhaps instead of gold for an advance, perhaps some supplies. You know,
No,
oil.
there's no advance here. This is like, have you not? Okay. See, this is why I just ought to. It's bounty hunters know what they're doing. You don't get advance for bounty hunting.
We're not bounty hunters.
Well, then maybe you ought to leave my table so I can find some, because that's the job.
Again, I'm just a guide. It's up to these two.
And I've left
One
the
of them's-
table.
Yeah. So, look, I'm telling you, here's the terms. No negotiation. I got 100 gold for if you kill this guy. Otherwise, I got nothing for you.
Yeah. Wilfred's gonna look over to shit, I can't remember the name.
Rowan.
Rowan. Yeah. Look over to Rowan. Yeah, it's like with the I don't know kind of look.
I'm not from this part of Tin Towns, so this means nothing to me. Traveling caravans need guides all the time. So the question becomes, are you willing to get entangled in something you have no insurance over? No, you don't even know if it's real or not. This dwarf could be driven crazy by the snow. It's not the first time people have gone mad out here. And to be fair, we don't even know if what this is saying is true.
She starts mumbling something about freaking amateurs into her beer.
Thank you for the offer, but perhaps I am a bit too amateur for you. And get up and.
All right.
Yeah.
So, what about you, Ale? You went outside and
I went
kind of-
outside because Ollie's not the brightest bulb in the bunch, so he doesn't want to get tangled up in debates. But he has a good and strong moral center, and going out and killing somebody, you could not stand to count
Okay,
to be
well-
at any moment.
So, 100% fair to believe that, but it's also, I would ask the question of, what if she's right that guy's a serial killer?
Well, that's part of the reason why he's trying to think of by himself.
Sure,
Like, okay,
yeah.
what should he do?
You are not wrong to think that Helen herself is pretty shady.
I mean, but going out killing him straight up, no. Investigating this, maybe. So he's,
yeah.
but nice cold air is the perfect way for him to stop and think, and so that's what he's do. Even though his intelligence is 8, he's trying to work it all out as to what he should do. Looking inside himself, looking to the god, and then finally he'll go back inside and see, and hope that his companions haven't signed on to this madness. At least
Well,
not.
I think
not to
probably
the,
what you see is Helen shooing them away from her table, basically just saying, look, if you don't want the job, I'll find someone else. And if they get to him before you do, then they stop the serial killer and they get to be heroes, not you.
So then I will tromp over to Rowan and Wilfred. My apologies. I could not countenance a discussion of outright murder.
Oh, that's fine. I was unsure about it myself, so.
If murders are being committed, they should be stopped, but the perpetrator should be brought to justice, not summarily killed because this dwarf believes a particular person to be the murderer.
Yes. It would be different if, say, she was working for the local authorities and was just looking for people to, they had evidence and they were just looking for some hands to do the work.
By the
That'd
looks,
be one thing.
working for an authority, but it's not the lawful kind.
Well, exactly. Yeah.
But She's not wrong about these 3 towns. They are the only 3 that sacrifice beings to the goddess to try to break this cold. And murder,
That,
murdering in one of those towns, I don't think would go with such a heavy grain as in other places.
I mean,
So
If this was my hometown and someone was murdered, 1, we'd probably already know who they were. 2, it wouldn't be good for them, to say the least.
So if she is right, the next murder will be in East Haven, assuming whether or not this individual is correct, or will be in one of that third town that also sacrifices.
So
If this murderer is on the loose, whoever they may be, it may behoove us to go to East Haven to see if we can deal with them.
yes. And actually, I, I admit I am fascinated at the thought of someone who is so immune to the cold that they walk around with almost nothing on.
have you not noticed the big fella over here?
Yes, but I do not think this man shares in my ancestry. But he's always stands up proud and straight, all 6'6" Like,
Yes.
I was gonna
I mean,
what are your plans now that you've guided us here? And again, thank you, Rowan, for doing so.
oh yes, thank you.
I'm not due back home for a while, so if you need a guide to East Haven, I can get you there. It's not that far.
Where is your home? Or out of character, you already told us, and we're just refreshing our memory because we had a long trip. So you may have told us of your own.
It's north of here. Probably a day's worth of travel.
Incidentally, that East Haven is about 7.5 hours overland on foot. If you got a dog sled or something like that, it would be 50%, faster. But at the same time, you'd have to pay for that. So,
Really, the question becomes with you two: do you want to get Do you want to get involved in this, especially with no assurance on the front end? Because just because this trip is easier than what we just did, these blizzards and storms are frequent, and as we've already seen, animals are not acting normally. They're becoming desperate, hungry, and dangerous.
Yes, the owl bear. Yes,
Well,
but we will not be able. We will not. I will not be able to do what I came to do by staying here in this town in any event.
sorry. What type of town is East Haven? What is done there?
you would know that Rowan, that it's and you could share that it's not walled like Bryn Shander and Targos are, but it's probably the third largest in terms of population. It was originally kind of a boom sort of fishing / mining town. And it still has some of that ancestry. It was actually founded by thieves, and so as sort of a weird quirk of their local law, pickpocketing is technically legal in the city limits. So he's like, you'd say, watch your pouch, but otherwise it's it's a safe enough place usually, by 10 town standards. It's not like one of these little 50 person towns where you're going to stand out like a sore thumb.
Yeah, I don't think you'd find any issue with the populace other than the fact they might have a very sticky set of hands.
In fact, actually, I think that Rowan, that the tavern keep at the Wet Trout in East Haven is also a dragonborn.
And there is one of your ancestry that runs the tavern there. So if you were to go investigate this gentleman, he may have some leads for you, or at least be able to point you in the direction of getting a bigger crew if you're actually going to go try to tangle with someone who potentially could be using magic.
That does sound appealing. There appear to be few of my kind up here. I saw one descendant of the green in here, but I gather that more would be rare. A tavern keep of my kind would be most welcome to talk to, and as you say, may be amenable to tell us to speak where others might not.
And well, East Haven does sound rather interesting, even if we don't find answers in this particular situation. So I would like to go there.
So we, so what? So I know time is weird up here. So what time of the day cycle? What hour is it?
Right. So it's totally dark outside, but it's
Right.
evening right now.
It's evening.
Because, yeah, you traveled most of the day to get here. So you would probably stay the night tonight. And it would make
Right.
sense
That's what I was trying to
yeah.
figure out. Yeah, how long? Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, that. So I would say right now it's like 9 p.m. or something like that. And you know you'd have about 8 hours on the road tomorrow if you were to set out in the morning.
Get there by
So-
midday if we left early enough.
Oh yes. So the sleep in warmth for tonight, and then set out in the morning.
Agreed.
So is that the plan then?
We have a plan.
All right. Well, I'm going to hand wave, unless anyone has other specific business in Bryn Shander, I will hand wave you over to East Haven, if that is
Sounds good.
amenable to everybody.
Yeah.
All the better to gradually bring the two parties together. So let's move. So you set out. There's no need to be in a particular hurry, I would think. So, you set out in the morning once you've had a good rest, had some fish stew in your belly, and set out across the East Way. Let me briefly show the Icewind Dale map, I guess, and just to show the journey you're making. So along the East Way from Bryn Shander to East Haven. To right there. And then once you make your way into East Haven, I would guess that the first thing you would be doing there in town would be to make sure that you've got your own rooms to stay, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I think you would make your way to, Rowan would know that the main inn in town is the White Lady Inn. So this is where I'm going to briefly switch over to our other three party members, Marcher, Dockstrider, and Iggy. We last left you taking a short rest at the mouth of some very ominous looking caves after having just fought some harpies. My understanding was that the intent after that short rest was, now that we know where this place is, maybe we come back with reinforcements.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I believe that was the case.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
I think you would have made your way back, in the boat. Do you bring the bunch of knuckleheads boat with you, or do you leave it there as like a marker?
You're muted, Nobilis.
Yeah, I think we need to leave it there as a marker, and also on the barest chance that there's a survivor, they have an easier time getting
Yeah.
back.
In case someone is in there and gets away, they have a boat.
Right.
Also,
Yeah.
It would be really bad to take the extra boat with us. That would be bad.
Yeah, and we can just make sure that it's tied up securely to the python that we have driven into the ice, so that it's not going to go anywhere.
also, maybe before we leave, I'm gonna write out a little note saying help is on the way, and just stick it inside the boat somewhere that if somebody went to the boat, they'd see it.
Okay. All right. So you know your way back. You're heading back. you know that it's getting into early evening now, and you're probably, as you're making your way back, dragging the boat back across the ice, you're realizing that, like, right now is about the time that Ronaldo had implied he was going to do his seance. So you're not sure, like, he gave you kind of a vague time, but you're not sure about that.
Okay.
Yeah.
I don't know about you, but I am not really interested in hurrying back for that seance. I have the feeling that if we miss this one, there will be another.
Well, there's hurrying and there's hurrying, isn't there?
Uh,
My main
Let's-
reason for hurrying back is because we got our butts kicked.
yeah, and mine is the cold. It is very cold out here.
Yeah. So, as you are making your way back into East Haven, and you make your way to the White Lady Inn, we're going to briefly switch back over to our newer party with Aule, Wilfred, and Rowan. As you make your way and enter the we'll say right now, just to sync up the times, that it's early evening. And as you open up the front door, you see that there is a group of people kind of all sitting around a bunch of tables in the common room. And they look over sort of excitedly, expectantly when the door opens, and then they all look really disappointed when you don't seem to be who they were hoping for.
We are not the adventurers they are looking for.
Move
Yeah.
along. Move along.
Yeah, so basically this is a musty old inn, and but it seems like it's certainly the place that you would stay in East Haven. As everyone kind of looks over and goes, oh, all of a sudden this halfling who is kind of at the center of the circle says, oh, no, that's all right, that's all right. Everyone, if you can just check in over there, but you also are just in time. We are about to do a seance to contact a local spirit. Are you interested in that sort of thing? All of a sudden, I'm doing Scottish instead of Irish, which is what we did yesterday.
Oh, Celtic.
Yeah. Yeah. So,
Ollie just has this blank look of like, wait,
yeah,
what?
this is the White Lady Inn. It's named after a ghost story, and we're going to do a séance to contact the ghost.
Well, I'm interested in watching, or seeing what's happened.
All right,
Maybe
well, go,
hearing
get
the story.
yourself settled and then make yourself comfortable. We'll get started. We're just about ready. And so as everyone, you can arrange to get your own rooms.
I'm going to say quietly to Rowan, although Ale is generally not quiet because he's a dragonborn, is half of the 10 towns mad?
It's subjective, It's like, huh? Oh,
Jason, you're muted.
Yeah. Yeah, we don't hear you if you're saying anything, Jason.
I said,
Oh,
it
there you
just depends on what your definition of mad is.
Yeah. So, as you arrange for rooms, there's a elderly human named Bardaban who arranges all that. He is sort of prompt and professional, but curt, like not in a rude way, but just in a like he's there to do the job. He's not interested in small talk. But Ronaldo sort of more than makes up for that. That's this halfling, and so he's waving you over, and I think that is when the door opens again, and we have Marcher, Doc Strider, and Iggy come back in, and everyone looks over and sort of cheers, and Ronaldo says, "You're just in time."
Told you we'd make it.
Marcher rolls his eyes.
So, sorry, I don't mean to cut anyone off.
I think Iggy, because they're located kind of centrally to the fireplace, I think Iggy will go ahead and have a seat
All right.
in the circle.
Yeah. You definitely get the impression that some of these other folks sitting around have maybe been waiting for a while because, like,
Yeah.
Ronaldo gave sort of a vague time and then you weren't there even though you said you were going to be. So they're like waiting to see if you show up because the more people, the better, and so on. Right?
Yeah. Sorry, we're late.
Oh,
I'm sorry if we kept you waiting.
No problem at all. We wouldn't have wanted to start without you. So, welcome everybody. So, in case anyone doesn't already know, the Lady of the Lake, the White Lady, is sometimes spotted walking the surface of the frozen lake. I've totally lost my accent there. Yeah, so walking the surface of the lake, and she'll be seen haunting the place where both she and her husband drowned. And so, what secrets might she have from beyond the grave? We'll find out together. And so he gets everybody together in a circle. And is there anyone not participating? Like he's definitely encouraging everybody to like sit in the circle.
Yeah, I'll sit down there, but arms crossed.
Wilfred has ready to take notes.
All right.
Oh, Marta, you gotta link hands for a proper seance.
Right. And he's clearly got a whole bunch of like paraphernalia that he's set up. So like smoke from burning incense clouds the room. Multicolored lamps and silks are hung from the rafters, and the light from several candles illuminates a circle of uncomfortable looking guests sitting cross-legged on the floor. Ronaldo pushes back the sleeves of his robe, raises his hands, closes his eyes, and I have a handout for everyone that I'll briefly share. And so we've got, he raises his hands, closes his eyes, and intones, "Lady who watcheth from the lake, come to us in our darkest hour. Tell us what you've seen." And then after a moment of silence, thick frost begins to form on the inside of all of the room's windows, turning them to opaque, and the candles go out one by one.
Nice.
Are they by the fire or are they in another place?
Well, everyone's in a circle. They've like moved some tables around, so it's not far away from the fire, but it's everyone's in a circle. So like one side would be closer to the fire than the other.
Yeah.
Okay. I want to be on the side that's near the fire, and I'm not going to be in this circle, but I'm going to watch because this is not something you see every day in a small town.
This has gotten interesting.
Yeah. Everyone, I can feel her presence. She's listening. She's here in the room. Everyone, this is why we need people of spiritual connection to participate in the seance. If anyone has something to say, to reach out to the White Lady and try to persuade her to speak with us. Please try whatever you can think to say to convince her to join our circle and answer our questions.
Doc's Rider doesn't say something, but he does start under his breath very quietly, start singing a mournful tune about a woman who died under tragic circumstances.
Okay. Make a performance check for me.
You betcha. Let's see. Performance. That would be a 23.
Pretty good. Pretty good. Is anyone else going to try?
Ali is quietly praying to his god that if the spirit is in distress, then maybe we can help it. spirit will speak with us.
So you can do that, but that is not going to be contributing to the seance of like,
Right.
like
Yeah.
what he's asking for is speak to the white lady. Ask her to join our circle. So
No,
you can do that praying. That's great. But
Yeah, but
like
he's
that,
he's not contributing directly then.
right. Yeah.
I haven't heard your story. If you could come and tell us, that would be amazing. Maybe we could help you find an answer you're looking for.
Make a persuasion check.
Okay. Right. 6.
6. Okay. Okay. Anyone else?
All right. I'm trying to think of what I could do because I do have a holy symbol, but just to put my holy symbol out and rest my hand on it. My holy symbol, not my hex blade.
Okay.
Actually, no. Actually, yes. I'll take off the hex blade and put it before me. Lay my hand upon the hilt and say, "If you need my sword, let me know."
Make a persuasion check.
And we'll see how that works out.
All right.
Well, gotta be better people than me.
Nope, it doesn't. 5.
Okay.
Okay. After everyone else has participated and the atmosphere seems to be having an effect on Marcher, he just says, "White lady, come tell us your tale. I am filled with curiosity."
Make a persuasion check.
"22.
22. Okay, so we need one more person to attempt.
Okay, so
to join the
Ali
check.
will switch from praying now that he's hearing Marcher. He's hearing Iggy. He will say like, "Will you speak with us?" He takes out his holy symbol. "Come speak with us. It would be better if you speak us." Now you'll beseech her directly.
Okay. So make a persuasion check.
Okay, so persuasion is +1.
It's only +1.
My persuasion, yeah.
You're a paladin, and you don't.
My charisma's a 13.
Oh, okay.
So yeah.
You're a strength paladin.
I am a strength paladin. I
Fair.
hit things.
Okay.
And I got a 19.
19.
Nice.
So, as with all of these contributions, gradually you all feel like the prickle of cold, like goose flesh, traveling across your skin, and all of a sudden, Ronaldo's eyes roll back in his head, and as he breathes out, you see his breath fog, like he was cold outside, and his body language kind of gets sort of, sort of floaty, and like not literally off the ground, but just sort of like loose, almost like he's underwater.
Updated?
Well, more just like he's got his arms out and he's just kind of moving slow, and just like if someone was underwater. But he's not like lifted off the ground, is my point. His voice sounds almost far away when he speaks, but he says, "She's here. She'll answer questions 3. Ask her what you will."
Hi. Wolfert's gonna look at it. Hi. Everybody else be like, "I know nothing about this. I don't know what to ask."
Can I make an insight check to see if this guy is faking or is there something more to this?
Make an insight check.
19.
19. Okay. You don't think he's faking it? Like
Yeah.
something's really happening here.
Yeah.
I got a setting question.
Sure.
So classical seances sometimes were about asking things that the person would know in life, and sometimes they were about asking things that only the dead would know.
Well, what he had talked about before was what secrets might she have from beyond the grave.
Okay. So Doc's writer kind of looks around to see if anyone's kind of lunging for a question. And if no one is, he's going to go first. He says, are the fishermen known as the knuckleheads still alive?
No. They've been eaten by Maud Chiselbone and thrown into her magic cauldron. The cauldron could be turned to good or for evil, but in Maud's hands is the latter.
Docs kind of looks significantly at Marcher and Iggy and just kind of like nods a little.
Yeah, March's definitely eyes definitely get wider at that.
Yeah. Okay.
So, all right. You know what? I'll bite. If you're really doing this, was the dwarf telling the truth?
God, I'm just trying to think, like, what the ghost knows and what the ghost doesn't know. I think that the window behind Ronaldo shatters,
Holy
and
crap.
and then suddenly there's like a howling draft coming through the room, and the Ronaldo says, "She doesn't like that question."
Okay. How about this one?
We only get one more, right?
Yeah.
Well, you don't know whether a rejected question counts against the 3 or not.
Yeah.
Okay. And
'Cause
we're
I
not
have a
going to
question
ask.
too.
Lady, what unfinished business do you have that you linger so?
Good one. Good one.
Trying to think how that's going to be. My anger. My revenge is incomplete.
They probably wouldn't like that question either.
Okay.
It's getting very cold in here now with the window shattered.
Yeah. Anybody got mending?
All you said you had one?
Yeah, I do. If we're not up.
Well, it doesn't seem like it has finished.
Up. Where's the site that I seek?
I think that one of the tables from the chair like flips up and flies across the room and thunk 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 against the stone of the chimney.
I take that was not a good question.
If have it stop talk to me before I'll say, who do you seek vengeance against?
And how can we complete it for you that you may rest?
The remaining window panes, there's like 3 big panes remaining that aren't broken, and they are just covered with this frost. and all of a sudden letters start appearing on them, like almost like traced with a finger, and it just says all who hoard. And then Ronaldo suddenly just flops to the ground like a rag doll, and the chill in the air suddenly becomes more just coming from the draft, and the frost on the windows starts to melt a little bit, and all of the candles relight.
That's clever. Do we have any blankets or anything to stuff up the window with real fast?
Bardaban he has a big piece of like canvas that he brings over to start to like to paper over a space, and then like they take some fur blankets and so on to like fill in like the pocket, and he's frankly looking a little bit rattled, like that's not what usually happens, maybe.
Well, you've got a paladin, a warlock.
Yeah, what some of the other patrons are actually like nudging Ronaldo, and he seems like he's out cold.
Is he at least breathing?
He is breathing, but he's not waking up.
Okay. So we'll
I'm
wrap
gonna
him up and put him by the fire.
Yeah.
Yeah. Wilfred, it's just
Yeah, I don't mean to say like mechanically he's at 0 hit points. I mean he's laying there breathing, but they're like shaking
Yeah.
him and he's not waking up.
Yeah.
Well, let's let him warm up a little bit, because that can't have been comfortable.
yeah. Wilfred's just scribbling furiously.
Yeah, so I think as you're sort of bundling him up and sort of carrying over or to put him a little bit by the fire, he does kind of he moans a little bit, rolls his head, and his eyes kind of flutter open, and he just says, "Donations are welcome."
Immediately just like drop 2 gold pieces nearby him.
The spirit, thank you, and he's sticking a hand out of the blanket and sort of like pawing at it.
I make
If
sure
I-
it gets to his hand.
If I had the coins, friend.
When Iggy says that, Doxrider kind of turns towards them and surreptitiously hands them 2 gold pieces.
So Dox Rider hands Iggy 2 gold pieces. Okay, so Iggy will fold them into Ronaldo's hand.
And go ahead and give one myself. How impressive.
Bardaban is standing there with his arms folded, and he's saying, "It's very good that you'll be so generous, because he's paying for that window."
Well, I figured that was part of it, yeah.
All right.
I take it that wasn't normal? I mean,
He usually does like the bit with the candles and the incense, but the frost is a new trick. I haven't seen that before.
Ollie's not the smartest bulb in the bunch, but something just like clicks, like, and he goes, "Oh."
yeah.
It's none of my business, frankly. So, I'll sort it out with him in the morning. As if he's going to be doing that on the regular, I think we'll need to revisit our arrangement.
Yeah.
Why is
It may be that this was just a special circumstance. The right people in the right place.
I don't think it was a special circumstance. Things are changing in Tin Towns.
One of the other guests seems to have taken on a sort of a very maternal care for Ronaldo, and so he's being taken care of quite nicely, and he seems to I think you think he could probably be up and okay right now, but he's at this point he's milking it. So
Yeah,
Fair, fair.
yeah, as you do.
As you do.
And I gotta say, that art on the window has written invisible dwarves. It's like,
well, gosh, if you had asked different questions, who knows what might have come up.
No, I wanted to
We
ask
said,
about the light thing.
what would cause it that there would be dwarves that we couldn't see? It might in fact have told us invisible dwarves.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it sounds like searching out the knuckleheads is maybe a job for another day when we're not dealing with something that eats humans and does horrible magic in their cauldron.
just,
This is
These-
true. Or at least a
these-
bigger party.
well, these knuckleheads. Who? I assume you're not actually referring to the fish.
Oh no.
There was a group of older fellows, and now I'm taking on the wrong accent. There was a group of older fellows. I'm still doing it.
Don't
know.
worry, we'll give you the pass.
There were some fellows who were fishermen, but mostly just drinking buddies. And they went out the other day and disappeared, never came back. And someone asked us to go and see whether we could figure out what happened to them. And we found their boat. It's out by some cliffs out there. And we got attacked by a couple of harpies and almost died. So we decided that exploring the cliffs a little further was not actually a really good idea. And that's why we came back here.
Wilfred will look to Ale and Rowan say, perhaps this is work that we can help with. Finding missing people is much better than what we were offered before.
Much better than the offer we had before, yes.
Yes, but as you could hear from the seance, they're not alive anymore. So finding them and bringing them back isn't exactly...
Should they not be brought to arrest?
Yeah, but there's less, what do you say, immediacy if they're already dead. I mean, I was interested because they might still be alive. It was a long shot, but
Well,
now I am content to leave that. But it was, you didn't fight those harpies.
that
They were mean.
Maud Chiselbone, I believe he said, who would probably be continue to be dangerous if they killed and ate people. So
Right, people who were out there fiddling around at their cliffs. We'll just tell people, look, don't go out to the cliffs because there's something dangerous out there, and that'll be fine. It's not a huge emergency that we go out and do that now.
I'm just saying that if you were saying a larger party, we can make a larger party.
Oh, you're adventurers then.
Yes. And we could, I'm sure, goodwill goes a long way in this area.
We have other things we can look into.
Yeah.
There's that big white moose out in Lonelywood, and we could go looking for a chewinga.
The Terrawinga and the lake monster and all of that.
Yeah.
And vengeance against whoever hoards, but I think that's a bit of a wide net to cast.
That's gonna take a while.
Yes.
I know a lot of people who do that.
We spoke with a dwarf in Bryn Shandu who claims there's a serial killer on the loose, using the ritual murders in these towns propitiating the Frostmaiden as the opportunity to commit deaths with an ice dagger. Have you heard aught of that?
Yeah, that
Daggers of ice.
First I've heard of it.
No.
This dwarf was convinced of the culprit and wished for us to murder said culprit. Naturally, my beliefs would not allow such a thing, and she seemed awfully offended when I proposed we just bring the person to justice instead of outright murder and death.
Well, you could always look into it and do a little investigating, and then find out if they're a horrible cultist murderer.
It is a reason why we came here. East Haven is one of the towns where sacrifices to the Frostmaiden are of sentient beings.
We saw one.
Yeah.
No, that was an execution. That was supposedly.
Yeah, that was not an offering to the Frostmaiden.
Oh, okay.
Those happen on the new moon, which is a while away. You guys are 5 days out. Right now, you're 5 days out from the full moon, so it's a while till the new moon.
Yeah. No, there was an execution of a wizard. They said that he had hired a band of adventurers to escort him to a certain place, and he murdered them there.
Oh.
And so when they found out about it, they were able to capture him, and they sentenced him to be burned at the stake.
The whole thing sounds a little fishy to me, though. Still sounds
They brought him. He hired people to bring him to a certain place. Perhaps the place is of importance to whatever the death is for, the purpose behind the death.
We didn't look into that. We just saw the execution this morning.
Yeah, it was unpleasant.
Very unpleasant.
But the place where he had brought them might be of interest. I agree with Wilfred. Possibly of significance.
That's something to think about.
We haven't been introduced. I'm Doxrider. Doxrider nothing. And extends a hand to shake.
Mm-hmm. Maybe just a brief reintroduction of the appearance of Iggy, Marcher, and Doxrider.
Doxrider is sort of red-brown skin, half-elven, neatly trimmed beard and mustache, dark hair and eyes. He wears clothing with some nice embroidery on it.
Yeah.
Marcher?
Iggy. Yeah, Marcher, go ahead.
Marcher is a Goliath, about 7 feet tall, bald-headed, and under the hood of his jacket, you can see that there's some horns going up in a ridge from his forehead, but he keeps his hood up most of the time and doesn't seem to make a lot of deal about it. And he's pale to the point of almost having blue skin.
And Iggy is fairly short. I actually wanted to look back up and see what I had for his height. Yeah, he's 5'5", so they're fairly short. They're 5'5" with tan skin and dark black hair about down to their shoulders, and bright yellow eyes, with a large, overly complicated looking sword that you saw them put into the thing is now across their back.
And would Marcher's horns or whatever be noticeable? Even
he's not like actively concealing them, but so you can kind of catch a peek of them at the right angle under his hood.
Yeah.
But you know, it's also, you know, not that you don't see it the first time you look at him.
Yeah, I think Ale, you might get kind of like just a hint of a like there's a little bit something dragonborn-y there, but it's
He's fascinated by Marcher also because Marcher is bigger than him, and that's like uncommon experience for Ally to have someone
Yeah.
bigger, significantly 6 inches taller than he is. Like
He's tall. Marcher is taller, but he is, as Goliaths go, kind of lanky and not as beefy as they normally are.
no, Ally's built. He's 290 pounds.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think if Wilfred caught a glimpse of the ridge, he would probably almost rudely stare at it.
Questions later, Wilfred.
Oh,
Later.
sorry.
Put a hand on the head because you're 14 inches shorter than me. So I can put a hand on your head. Later.
Have you traveled together long?
About a day.
No, I was asking Ale and
Oh, yeah.
our Dragonborn.
We came up from Lushan together. Rowan guided us.
Yes, that's Rowan. I'm Wilfred Cole and Ale.
Charmed to meet y'all.
Yeah.
So you are adventurers, and you are clearly looking for work, as witnessed the incident with the harpies. You said nasty creatures.
Right? Quite
How
dangerous.
did you all get involved in this seance anyway? It seems like everyone was waiting for you.
Yes.
We were invited to it before we left to track down the knuckleheads, but I didn't think it would be much of a big deal. But evidently, I was wrong. There's something there, I'm thinking.
To be fair, people just tend to like us.
I think it was an instance of the right people in the right place.
Oh, that
One might, if one was not offended, take it as a sign from the gods or my god that we were meant to adventure together. If our six presents were able to bring the lady, an event that clearly the seance sir himself did not expect, then perhaps we are meant to do things together.
That seems like
perhaps.
as good a conclusion as anything.
Before I agree or disagree to that, who's your god then?
I worship Bahamut in his aspect as Pasiop, the name of the mountain, the dragon god.
That seemed to make sense.
I would assume that's one of the good. That's still one of the
Yes,
good gods.
yes, one of the good guys. Yes, not a character. Yes.
Fekna. I worship Fekna.
And that's how I got kicked out of the party.
Well, if they're going to kick you out of the party for that, then they would kick me out of the party as well.
People don't know who you worship.
I don't remember who I worship.
So it
Well-
seems like there's a lot going on right now. Missing fishermen, an evil cauldron feeding people,
Serial killer.
serial killer, monstrous white moose, and the still as dead thing with the light for a face.
And the owl bear.
One clarification, just in case it was not clear, is that the cauldron and the missing fishers are definitely the same thing. That's yeah. Just in
Yeah.
case that was
Yeah.
clear.
Yeah. As far as a possible serial killer coming to East Haven, I think we might be best served advising Captain Argaloth. Is that her name? Imdra? and I hope I got her last name right, Argalath,
That's right.
that of a possible risk to the citizens.
I mean,
That
definitely.
that way, since there is a guard here, then they can be on the lookout for it. Even if nothing happens, at least they know that there's a possibility that something could happen. I also think that we ought to tell her about what we know of what happened to the knuckleheads, and that will so that the fishermen can be warned to stay away from the caves.
So let me parse this out for a second. You want. Okay, well, first, the dwarf didn't look very upright, though what she's saying could have been true. But you want to go tell the captain of the guard that you heard from a possessed that the legendary lady of the lake told you that the fishermen were fed to a cauldron.
Not necessarily. What I want to tell her is that we found the boat near some caves on the on the eastern side of the lake, and that we were attacked by harpies and just barely got away with our lives. And that if there are more of them there, then that area of the lake should be avoided so that no one else comes to harm. And that further investigation is definitely warranted in that area to see if someone can find them. Not necessarily to say that they're that they were killed and eaten and then boiled in a pot, because we have no knowledge of that. We have no proof. We do have proof of harpies. I have the wounds to prove the harpies.
I do think before we tell them about this potential serial killer, we could investigate him. And if it is true, there's 100 gold in the crux of the culmination of this event.
She wanted to give us 100 gold for killing him, and as I said before, I will not kill him outright.
To be fair, she's not here.
Yeah.
So if we happen to turn him over to the guards, sounds like the job's done to me.
Well, I mean, 100 gold less, but it is a job done.
Okay. What did this dwarf tell you about this potential killer?
That he walks around in the cold as if it was nothing to him, and that he murders with daggers of ice. He works for a trading caravan of 4.
How many victims does he have?
According to the dwarf, 3, I believe. Oh, Jim?
It's
Yeah,
three.
there's 3 that she knew of for sure, but suspected there might be more.
There was one in Bryn Shander, one in Targos, and I believe one here in East Haven.
And her thought was that there'd be another next here in East Haven again, since the caravan's headed this way, or is here.
And the dwarf said that she believes that the murderer is working for the Frostmaiden, taking people that escaped the sacrifices.
Yes.
And what is the what are the sacrifices? They don't sound quite kind.
Well, neither is the winter, is it?
No,
GM,
but
Yes?
would I have heard anything about that in Targos?
I don't think you've heard about murders.
Okay.
We talked about another element of something that you might know
Yeah.
about, but you haven't heard about murders per se.
Okay.
And as far as the sacrifices, and either Rowan or Dockstrider could certainly share that the basic idea here is that every one of 10 towns makes some kind of an offering to Auril on the new moon. The towns that are big enough to be able to sort of afford to lose a person does, people are turned out into the snow to be given to the Frostmaiden, and It's not like a joyous thing. It is an evil god is trying to freeze us to death, and we are doing anything we can think of to appease her.
Yep. Those that can sacrifice a life, sacrifice a life. Those that can't, sacrifice something else.
I mean, so what would they? What else would they sacrifice? I mean,
Well, if you can't sacrifice a person, you sacrifice food. If you can't sacrifice food, you sacrifice warmth.
oh my.
We have come to a cold and harsh land, Wolford.
That you have.
Had I was unprepared for that. For all of this. Well, I mean, materially I was prepared, but it up here is different.
That's
If you all are interested in finding out anything about any of these things, I think a tavern is the next place to stop.
Isn't that where we are?
No, you're at the White Lady Inn.
We're in it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so
Okay.
there was the Wet Trout, which was the tavern in town.
Wet Trout's a good place to get information. There's a woman there with a lot of books.
Books.
She hired us to find Chewinga, and so
What
if
are
we're
Chewinga?
They're
tiny nature spirits,
little
she
nature
wants us to convince one to come back and talk to her.
Yeah, I think Rowan, you would know Chewinga as like little tiny, like 6-inch tall, masked nature spirits. Generally pretty shy, but sometimes curious enough to approach people.
Not gonna find them anywhere around the city, that's for sure.
Oh, that
Yeah.
we already know.
Yeah, so if we, we tested out by the lake. Obviously, that was no go. Maybe next time, if we tomorrow, if we look into this tomorrow, then we can head out and see if we can find ourselves a white moose.
Or the lake monster, or whatever.
Whatever we might gain leads upon.
Yeah.
Let us go to the tavern then.
I'm gonna,
How late is it?
I mean, I think it's probably like maybe 10 p.m.
I've been out and about all day. I think I'm just going to see if they can give me a place to sleep.
Yeah, rest seems to be good.
Yeah, I think after the harpies, I think hitting the sack is going to be.
I mean, don't let
The
us
best thing.
stop you.
Yeah.
Go ahead and check it out if you like, but if I'm gonna have my wits all together, I'm gonna need a nice bed.
Yeah. Appreciate them while you have them.
Yes.
How much does a bed at this place cost?
Again, I'm not gonna
Oh, okay.
don't worry about it.
Okay.
Basic food and in rooms. I don't want to mess around.
Okay.
Like
All right.
pay 3 silver. I don't know. Like
Yeah.
I mean, here. Okay, let me put this question. Generally speaking, that sort of thing is not super interesting to me, but if you all think that it would be interesting to track it on that level and actually have you buy food and supplies and stuff like that, I am up for doing it if that sounds fun to you.
Yeah.
Buying big things is fun. Buying piddly little groceries is not.
Okay.
Yeah.
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 Okay. That was kind of my instinct. Like, if you want to go buy, like, a sword, or certainly if you wanted to, like, find someone who could cast a spell for you, that sort of, those things are going to cost, like, real money.
Yeah.
But, yeah,
Okay.
otherwise we will just hand wave that you are paying the little bits of silver and copper here and there for a room and
One small thing about that, though, we know the Diggy doesn't have any money. So Doc's writer is going to, once again, like, slip him another gold piece or two.
Yeah. Also, just give yourself 1 gold piece back, Doc Schreider, because I did find where it actually says how much you can sell a knucklehead trout for, and it's way less than 2 gold. So, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
So I
And
think
I will.
I think we're retiring and not going to the tavern till tomorrow. Then
Yeah.
seems to be the consensus.
Yeah. Yeah. And Docs, I will pay you back once I have the funds to pay you back. I will be good for it.
Well, I'll hold you to
And
that.
I
Then.
absolutely do.
If you all are going to turn in, I'm going to head to the wet trout for a while.
All right.
I have some questions I need answered, and obviously our ghost friend is no longer here to answer them for me.
All right.
Yeah. Uh, yeah, I think Wilfred will go because this person with books sounds like be interesting.
Then I'll, even though Ollie's still recovering from the exhaust, at least metaphysically, yes, he's going to go with his half of the party because somebody's going to watch over these two.
Sure.
Yeah. Yeah. Plus the Dragonborn barkeep.
Plus the Dragonborn barkeep, yes.
Yeah. And I think Danica would. Oh no, I'm sorry. Iggy would kind of grab Wilford's sleeve and just kind of tug on it a little and say, Danica Greysteel is she's a half elf cleric, and that's the one with all the books. She has a little set up in the corner. She's very hard to miss.
Was she a cleric or
Just an
She's a
acolyte.
cleric.
Acolyte.
okay? Well, but still, divine magic, not arcane.
Think of her more like a grad student than someone you could actually get like spells cast for and that sort of thing.
Yeah. Well,
Well, I guess
Interesting.
technically, I mean, I could look up her stats actually. She probably can do some things. Let's see. Oh yeah, she can do some basic like cure wounds and light cantrip and that sort of thing.
yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's something interesting to.
Okay. Well, so
for.
we have one half of the party staying behind to get some rest, and then the other half going to the wet trout. Is that right?
Yep.
Yes.
That's all good.
All right. Well, I think we will first follow the party going to the wet trout, and so you make your way across town. The wet trout is a big sort of it's not as busy and boisterous as the North Look in Bryn Shander is. This town is a little smaller, but it is a place where there is, beer to be had. Two big roaring fireplaces keep the place nice and toasty inside. You can definitely see that there's sort of a place of honor at the bar where there's one particular guy who seems like a regular, clearly kind of holds court there. And then as you enter, you do see, Ale, that the tavern keeper, like the barkeep, is a white dragonborn. And she nods at you when you come in.
I'll give a very respectful nod and walk right over to her.
Okay. Greetings, stranger. Welcome to the wet trout.
Greetings, I'm Ale. Pleased to meet you.
Nemetra Miskin.
It's good to meet one such as us.
There's a few.
There are a
of us.
few. I saw a green in Bryn Shander, but not as many as from back east.
Yeah, there's a few of us kicking around here, but I think it's us silver and whites that are gonna be a little more comfortable here.
My companions coming up on the road clearly thought I was crazy, not dressed as warmly as they, but even I was a bit chilled by that blizzard.
Mm-hmm. Coming through the pass over the spine there, were you?
Just a couple days ago, yes.
Yeah, that's rough going. We don't get so many caravans through anymore.
I can now see why we had to put an owlbear off our scent to boot. But I have questions for you if you might bend an ear,
Well, hang on, if you don't mind me briefly interrupting to pour some drinks.
and I'll take an L as well.
So she is kind of busying with that a little bit. What are Rowan and Wilfred doing?
Well, Jason's on a bio, but
Okay.
Wilfred is gonna look for the place that Iggy described for Danica. And It's like,
Yeah, so sure enough, there is certainly off in one of the corners, one of the tables is occupied by a half elf in acolyte robes, and she does have all sorts of books and notebooks spread open across the table, and she is clearly herself made like a little velvet rope analog that she is stretched around, like just to indicate to anyone who might not understand it initially that do not disturb the table.
yeah, Wilfred will make a beeline towards that and standing outside of the rope, say, "Pardon me, excuse me.
Huh? Huh? What? Yes?
Hi,
Hello? Hello?
I see you have books. I you wouldn't happen to know much about magic, would you?
Well, I mean, a little. I study.
Oh, I've attempted to study magic myself in the past, and I was wondering if could have some discussions about it. I
Well, of course. I mean, my particular area of study, I am an acolyte of the goddess Ayun. What do you, what is your field, I suppose?
well, my studies have been more in the arcane nature, but the way I understand it, there is some overlap. I am thinking uh, the spell to produce lights is
Well, I mean, yeah,
like
there's some overlap. I can't speak to too much of the sorts of spells that wizards or druids would get up to. But of course, there are some spells which I believe stem from very different origin points, of course, but they can converge in terms of function.
yes. I'm just interested. It's like for keeping to a single subject for simplicity. The producing light. What what would be the what is the method you use to do so? I mean, gestures, words.
I mean, so like,
And,
I think
I'm not. Yeah.
so I think from a flavor standpoint, like her method of doing it is coming from like her divine magic,
Yeah.
right? And so even if it's the same spell, like what
Yeah.
she's doing would not work for someone who does not study this divine magic. So someone else could do a light spell in a different way, but
Yeah.
the way she does it, powered by magic from her worship of Ayun, is like.
I mean, yeah.
I mean,
Basically,
she demonstrates, makes
Yeah.
her glass glow.
interesting. And he'll take out and paper and quill and make some notes. Like, okay. Yes. You see, in my studies, I have. Well, honestly, I failed to cast even the simplest cantrip.
Oh,
Yeah.
well, I mean, what method were you attempting to pursue?
And he'll get out of the and show some like the arcane arcane stuff he used for practice, and
Yeah, she looks at all of that and just says, well, so I mean, I have some understanding just from a research standpoint of some of how that works, but I am not skilled in that means myself. I mean, have you considered pursuing some divine magic? I mean, Ayun does not generally ask for evangelizing necessarily, but I find that I gain a great deal of insight, and she pursues, provides me with a sense of purpose as I worship her and try to learn more about the world and how it can be improved.
I mean, I think it's like I I've had the feeling before that I am close. I'm so close. I just need to figure out the right step to unlock it. And I don't want to. If I'm so close, I don't want to give it up for some for some other method that I am completely unknowing about.
Well, I certainly can understand persistence, and so I applaud you and offer my moral support in the form of a toast.
Yes, a toast to knowledge and magic.
To persistence in the pursuit of understanding of the world.
Click.
Yeah. All right. So, Rowan, what have you been getting up to here at the Wet Trout Tavern? We've got Ale chatting up the bartender, and Wilfred went over to talk to this half elf in the corner with all the books.
Do I hear or notice anyone talking about happenings going on, such as, i.e., murders, the White Moose?
Yeah. So go ahead and. So are you listening for trying to just see what people are talking about, or are you trying to sort of wander around and try to see if you can find someone talking about something specific?
I would want kind of wandering around, maybe not like just specifically consistently wandering, looking like a creep, but posting up by the fire, listening for a while, maybe then taking a seat at the bar, that type of thing.
Okay.
Maybe catch because fishermen talk, and a lot of it is
Yeah.
tall tales, but every so often you get some
Sure.
truth.
Well, so the thing, what I'll tell you just from a mechanical perspective is that there are all sorts of rumors being discussed, and so you can sort of
Yeah, then
see
I'll-
what people near you are talking about, which may be kind of random, but or you can sort of try to pursue specific information on a specific subject. But those are different things.
the two things I'll try to hear specifically about is that White Moose and the traveling caravan that should have gotten here.
Well, so the question though is like, if you want to know about something specific, you could ask people instead of just wandering and hoping to hear someone talk about it.
Do I
Right?
see
You
one-
could ask around.
do I see? You know what? I'll try it. That's fine. I'm,
All right.
I'm not a newbie. I'm not. I should
Sure.
say I'm not like these guys. I'm not new, so I'll
Yeah.
try to ask around about the White Moose and the caravan that should have. I guess because if it left 2 days ago, then it would have got here probably what midday, evening time that day.
Well, so she said if it left so it would have been here for, over 24 hours.
Yeah. So I'll try to ask around about those two things in particular.
Okay.
And one of the things that's of note about that caravan is that one of the members goes around in the cold in shirt sleeves.
Yeah. So I think make an investigation check. Or it can be a perception check. That would be okay too. Well, okay. No. Investigation or persuasion. One or the other.
I'll take investigation.
All right.
I'm not good at persuading people.
Smarter than charismatic.
Very much so. Ooh, okay. 18.
Okay. So I think that you are able to find some people who have heard about this white moose. Unfortunately, they don't know much more than what you've already heard, which is that there's a dreaded white moose that is apparently attacking loggers and trappers in Lonelywood. And they've sent the town's best hunters to try to catch or kill it, but they haven't had any luck so far. And so the people you find here, that's all they know about it.
Well, I will ask them, have they heard if those hunters have come back?
Well, they haven't been able to find it.
Oh, okay.
Like it'll attack and then flee into the wilderness, and then they can't find it again.
Okay, so it's not like they've gone out and like the whole party just never returned.
No, it's that they've been trying, like it'll show up and attack people, but then it just runs away, and trying to send hunters after it, the hunters don't find it.
Okay. And do I hear anything about the caravan?
Yes, you do hear that in fact, they say that Torga, who is the dwarven owner of that caravan, here, let me make sure I'm reading this correctly. Yeah, so there is a dwarf named Torga that owns that caravan, and she had actually been here earlier in the evening. And so she just basically bought some liquor to go and went back out to where her people are camped.
Do you know where they're camped?
They basically said I believe they're out past the past the standing stones in the southern edge of town.
Thank you. Oh, so we passed those then.
Well, no. So right now, if we're looking at the whole city, you would have come in on the east way, which is from the west over here, and then you would have come up through town, and you're up here at the Wet Trout now. But where she's talking about is down here.
Okay.
Yeah. All right, so let's circle back around to Ale. You had questions for the bartender, or were you asking some of those? Did we cover them? You're muted.
Thank you. So yeah, so Ale was going to ask about the murderers, but he also wanted to talk, and he's going to pull out the stone and ask the barkeep, do you know of the tribe that bears this symbol?
Right. Okay. So I think if you ask about the murder first,
Yeah.
she'll say, I thought I heard a couple of weeks ago that someone got stabbed with an ice dagger, but like that sounded like a made up story to me, so I didn't believe it.
Okay.
But if you're asking about it too, I don't know if you just heard the same rumor, or if that means it's more true, or who knows.
I heard about it in Brinchander.
Well, gossip travels around 10 towns.
Gossip travels.
Yeah. As far as the stone, do you just show it without like explaining anything about it, or?
No, Ale will tell if the barkeep wants to bend an ear, we'll start telling the whole story of how he met the orc and fought and brought him to rest and got the promise, and now has the stone, and how has been drawn north to deal with this.
Well, as far as I know, the only orcs in this area live in the mountains to the south. There's some to the east of the pass, and I don't think they're generally friendly to outsiders, though. They sometimes attack people that go up that way. Mostly keep to themselves, but when we hear about encounters with them, it's usually they attacked some group of hunters or something.
It was remarkable that I was able to forge, even briefly, a bond of blades with an orc. It is true.
Well, I've certainly known lots of orcs that are perfectly fine people, but this particular group, the only ones that I know about in the area, do
Or
seem,
in the mountain.
they're in the mountain, and I've never heard of anyone having anything but a hostile encounter with them.
So I have something to keep in mind. So I'll ask a couple more specific questions about exactly where she thinks it is. I mean, we don't have to go into that level of granular detail. Just always just thinking in his mind where like future travels might bring him in that thing. They might be able to follow up more. But,
Okay.
and he'll thank her for the information.
Sure. We briefly have everyone shifted around because we lost Jason off the call, and it messes everything up when that happens. Let's see if I can. Hopefully, I can try to. Let's see if we can maybe get him back. Like, boy, this is a mess. Oh boy. Okay, so brief apologies, everyone. I have some like I'm using Zoom instead of Google Hangouts in ways that I've had in the past, which I think gives us some. Oh, there we go. I think that'll. Jason's coming back, so we can. Hopefully that'll.
Excellent.
Yeah, fix this.
There we go.
It does give me that brief difficulty of like if people are dropping in and out, it does cause problems that way. But welcome back, Jason. So we have the the party has gotten some of their rumor talking in. Did everyone else back at the White Lady Inn just go ahead and like settle in for the night? Just go up to their rooms and
Yeah, I think we all passed out.
yeah.
Just like,
Thump.
All right. So, quick question. We're at 10:15. How much later is everyone feeling for tonight? Because we could go ahead and go to like the next morning, or otherwise this, I don't know if Ale and Wilfred and Rowan were planning to accomplish much else tonight, or if they're just gonna they gathered their intel and might head back to the inn.
Yeah,
I'm fine with playing for a while longer.
yeah, I'm okay for a little while longer.
Okay.
And I didn't have anything more to do at night.
All right.
So
Yep.
Okay, so if we want to say you got your intel and then you came back and got your own night's sleep at the White Lady.
Yep.
yep.
All right, so da na 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 na. So it's
A dark dawn.
there is no sun rising to wake you, but each of you has managed to get your own long rest in, and maybe find you gradually trickle out downstairs, find yourself, they have the same fish stew on the menu there. And like, I mean, you do get the feeling that like this is not a new batch of fish stew so much as gradually the old one is emptied out and more stuff is put back in. And like, how often does this pot actually get completely emptied and cleaned out? Probably not that often, but most of what's in there now is new enough.
Yeah.
Oh,
Peas porridge hot, peas porridge cold.
Yes.
Honestly,
I'm
the smart
basil.
thing to do would be have two pots and like each day take what's left over from the old stuff, pour in the new pot, and wash. And just wash.
Then
switch
you have to
it out
have two
every-
Too much
pots.
fiddly.
That you have to have two
too
pots.
fiddly.
Like two pots. Like, what kind of fancy 4-star restaurant do you think this is?
Oh,
So
yeah, I guess that would be for some place in Bryn Shander that serves the town speaker. Got to be fancy for that.
So, everyone's over at the White Lady Inn, and what would you like to do?
I let them know about what I found out about the caravan owner being down at the Standing Stones in the south part of town, and So I think we should go check that out at least before we decide to go tell the captain of the guard that a member of her caravan was a serial killer.
Oh, certainly.
Oh,
Sounds worthwhile.
it's rumored to be
Sounds good.
a serial killer.
And
Yeah.
you all now
Used.
you all came in from the north out on the water? With
We
your-
had been out to the east and investigating some cliffs. I come from way east of here. So several days march to get there.
because I see once we talk to Torga, the caravan owner, I think if you guys are up to it, we could go back and check out those harpies who gave you a thrashing.
Oh, well, we took care of the harpies, but I have a feeling there's more to it than just that.
Yeah.
And like I said, there's other things on our list. And if we're going to be in this area, we might as well use that lantern to see if we can find the Chewinga.
Yeah.
If there's
Maybe find something a little bit easier to deal with than whatever is behind the harpies.
Basically, Jason, we want to make a level first, okay? Let's get the second level before we go after that dungeon.
So the wind suddenly whispers a little bit like a voice, and there's a suggestion that the quickest way to do that would be to follow the quest line that was given at the beginning of this episode.
Okay.
Let's check out
All
the
right.
caravan.
Standing stone.
Let's go to the standing stones.
every time, oh god, now I'm just having that scene in Rick and Morty where it's like,
No, we are not
Wow.
losers.
Yeah.
Nope.
Well, so are you all heading out as a group down to that area then?
I think we are now a party.
Okay.
Yep.
Great.
First mission together.
Da, 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 da.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, Ale and Wilfred and Rowan and Iggy and Dockstrider and Marcher joined the party. All right, so you make your way down there, and sure enough, it's not hard to find that basically the Torg's caravan has 3 heavily laden dog sleds, but once they have arrived in this place, they've set themselves up like an outdoor shop. And they have a whole bunch of goods that are unpacked and displayed in crates. There are small canopies to keep the snow off of them. She has a variety of different sorts of provisions. They have, flasks of whale oil, cut wood, flint and tinder, blankets, furs, rations, bottles of wine, casks of cheap ale, medicines, poisons, and so on. Poisons, and it says in parentheses under there, for vermin.
Vermin.
Yeah. So, and then as you are, approaching, you definitely see there's Torga herself, who is a dwarf, and she has 2 humans that are managing all of the the shop, and there's a few people around checking out what they've got. But Sefik himself, is very obvious. Let's see. First of all, I think I don't have a handout for Torga, but Sefik. Yeah. So, looming like a creep, clearly watching out for trouble. In this place is a human with ice blue eyes and wearing the clothes you see there, even though it is minus 40 below, or 40 below, not minus 40 below.
Doesn't bother.
Yeah, and so he's basically apparently unarmed, and just sort of watching over everything, clearly like security.
I'm going to look for the subtle sheen of scales that a dragon-blooded sorcerer would have.
Okay, so
it-
you're going to
Oh.
make 2 checks for me. One is a
Okay.
perception check, and one is a stealth check, assuming that you would rather not it be
Yeah.
it not be obvious that you're giving this guy the once over.
Okay, I will make the stealth check first.
Okay.
13.
13. Okay, let's see. All right, go ahead and make your perception check.
And my perception check is 21.
Okay. You look you don't see any sign at all on this guy of any sort of a draconic ancestry. You don't see any indication of that. The blue in his eyes though seems unnatural. Like
Well, yes.
like it's subtle,
yeah.
but it's not. Yes.
I don't see anything to indicate any kindred.
Yeah, there's clearly something uncanny about him, and you don't think it's draconic origin.
Um,
Can I make an Arcana check to see if it is something else, something I would recognize?
Yes, you can also make the same stealth check.
God help us all. 5.
Okay. So that's the stealth check, but you can still make your perception check. Or Arcana, I guess.
Yeah, 16.
16. It doesn't resound to you as any sort of an obvious spell effect that you're familiar with. But, the speculation, that it's some kind of a divine blessing, perhaps from a creature like the Frostmaiden, it could be that.
Yeah.
You don't know for sure, but nothing you see is inconsistent with that.
Okay, so I think it's time to pull out the divine sense. So
Okay.
I will get within 60 feet of him, maybe looking at the stole or something, and bring out the
Third eye?
senses. The senses provided to me by the dragon god to see if he's been touched by anything.
Sure.
Divine.
And what I will also say, though, is briefly that both for Marcher and for Iggy, you're pretty sure he sees you looking at him. And he doesn't make any hostile move, but you're pretty sure he sees you back and he sees
Yeah.
you see him. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
out of curiosity, just quickly, is this the guy that they were sent after, or is it the dwarf?
No, it's this guy.
No, it's
Yeah.
this guy.
It's this guy.
Yeah, it's clearly this guy.
So my question is, how does he move? And I don't mean in a like a perception type way, but
Insight.
is he acting normally, like a normal guard? Like normal guards will shift or shimmy or move or adjust themselves in any kind of way, or is he stock still?
He seemed like he is acting like a normal guard, like a normal badass guard, like the guy who does most of his work by just looking mean enough that no one wants to mess with him. But he also looks like someone who is doing that on a day where it's 65 degrees outside instead of minus 40. Right? So he is not reacting in any way to the cold. But otherwise, yeah, he's not standing like a statue or anything like that. Your divine sense, divine sense of the, your divine sense, to remind me specifically what that does, Ale.
As an action, you can detect good and evil. You can sense anything affected by the hollow spell to know the location of any celestial, fiend, or undead within 60 feet that is not behind total cover.
Okay. Yes, this guy is undead.
That's news we can use. So, I'm going to probably it's Rowan first. I will contact and then bring over Wilfred and everybody else. It's like he's undead.
Oh,
That explains a lot.
Certainly
Wow.
does.
He's
Just
unhallowed and unclean.
Well, so what? Yeah, never mind. I don't think that. Yeah, there's some additional detail, but I don't think you'd get it from your divine sense.
I'd like to point out that the lady we talked to last night is undead too, and yet we're going around treating her as if her advice is good. So, is the fact that he's undead just an immediate reason to do something?
Yeah, I was gonna say, just because he's undead doesn't necessarily mean he's out here shanking fools with icicles.
I mean, I take it as evidence that the rumors we hear are more likely to be true about this guy, but just I don't think that's enough by itself.
Do I see? What is
perhaps
Targa
we should-
doing?
So, one note is that I think that I want to make sure if you guys are doing something to avoid this, let me know. But otherwise, what it seems like is happening is a group of people has come up. They're keeping their distance, but they're clearly eyeballing Sefek. He sees them see him, and now you're all whispering amongst each other, but not approaching the caravan.
That's correct. That's
Okay.
exactly what's happening.
All right.
That's why I was that's why I was asking what Torga's doing.
Okay. Torga is occupied with her business. She doesn't seem to be paying attention.
Okay.
She does look like kind of a tough customer herself, though.
I think Wilfred might. Wilfred's hearing that he's undead, but he doesn't seem to be causing panic or anything.
I mean, he does, like, other than the fact that he doesn't seem to be bothered by the cold and his eyes are a little too blue. Other than that, he looks human.
Well, basically the fact that it's not like the stories you hear of zombies going in
Right,
and
yeah.
attacking people and causing chaos. And
No,
it's like-
he's just standing there looking menacing like a bodyguard.
I think Wilfred's going to do something that might be a little rash, maybe a little dangerous, and walk right up to him.
Okay.
Not doing any being threatening or anything. Say,
Okay.
Hi. It's very rare that we see anybody without, heavy clothing around here.
Yeah. I was born on midwinter. Got a blessing. Frostmaiden's blessing.
My,
Just
have
a
a-
question: what is everyone else doing as Wilfred just kind of marches right up to him?
Marcher is pinching the bridge of his nose and turning away.
Yeah, Iggy will just kind of saunter up to the caravan to kind of look at the
Goods. that
look at the goods with absolutely no intention to buy anything.
Sure.
Hands tucked in his sleeves but just to look over and see what they've got and
Okay.
keep an eye on things from that angle.
Want to make a
who was
deception
it?
check for me?
No, because they are honestly doing what they look like they're doing is just looking at the
Okay, well, but my point is, if you are either you are paying attention to what Wilfred and Sefik are doing, or you're not. And if you're
Okay.
not, then you don't have to make a check. If you are, then you do.
Okay, I'm not
Unless
gonna
you
pa-
don't care if that's obvious.
I don't really care. Hold on, let me think about this for a second.
Okay. Yeah. If the point is to be close where you can pay attention but not have them realize that's what they're doing, that's a deception check.
Yeah. No, I don't think that's that's the point. So
Okay.
it
they're-
is. It. Oh, go on.
Now, it's one thing if you just want to say, I want to be close in case something happens, but I'm not especially paying attention. I think that's fine.
Yeah, that's pretty much where I was trying to go with that.
Okay.
Doc's Rider, on the other hand, will in fact be trying to keep close but not look like he's keeping close.
All right. You want to make a deception check then?
I do.
All right.
I got a 15.
Okay. I think stealth could be okay too if people were wanting to kind of just be, casual, that sort of thing. But all right. So anyone else?
Ale is being obviously staying nearby, but not moving in yet.
Mm-hmm.
Not quite within arm's reach that he's going to have to pull Wilford out of the fire, but, he's got to keep an eye on the little human.
Okay. What's Rowan doing?
I'm gonna head over to where Torga's doing. I want to talk to Torga.
Okay. So I think we'll get to that in a second, but in the meantime, Sefik, he said, I was born on midwinter holiday. The Frostmaiden gave me her blessing.
Really? Kind of lean in and say, I have a companion who has what some would call almost a third eye, and he can sense something unusual about you.
He leans in close and he says, maybe your friend should mind his own business.
Well, if you're just here to stand guard, not cause any trouble, then we have no reason to do anything more than just shop.
Sure. I'm here to stand guard.
Eh?
And you can buy something or you can leave.
Because you wouldn't happen to know of anybody who knows how to make an ice dagger, would you?
So
Okay.
He smiles and he says, I think you better leave now, buddy. If you're not looking to buy something, we're not looking to entertain looky-loos.
Okay, so I guess we know who we're keeping guard over tonight, right?
Wilfred will go look for some trinket for like a silver or something and buy it, and then move off.
All right. So the let me just double check. Okay. Sorry, I'm doing a couple of things. One second. Okay. All right. So Rowan, you went to talk to Torga, yes?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Well, hello there. Welcome to Torg's. You look like you're local. Might I offer you in any supplies? We got stuff we're gonna sell at a bargain compared to some of the other shops around here.
Maybe in a minute. I wanted to ask you because I know you guys travel around, and I know you don't necessarily always come here. And I've heard some disturbing rumors. You see, and you're right. I am local, but it's not to here. It's to Lonelywood, and I've heard disturbing rumors about a white moose. Have you heard any of those in your travels?
I mean, not especially. It's been a while since we were up to Lonelywood, though.
No, I was a little worried. I was thinking about making a trip home, so I was definitely thinking maybe a few new weapons potentially, but maybe you could tell me where you acquired your guards. They seem very formidable.
Make a persuasion check.
That's not bad. 16.
Well, I mean, I really only need the one guard. I mean, these two, they just help me with the supplies and to run the shop. That guy's all the guard I need. I mean, just look at him.
Yeah. He's an odd one, don't you say? It's a bit cold out.
Yeah. Right?
I mean, I've traveled these lands for quite a while. I've never seen someone who can just shrug off the cold like that.
Let me
He
just
happens to know too.
yeah. Well, I would say what he's got going on is actually beyond what you guys have. Because like it's one thing for you to say, I do not have to make checks for whether or not this cold will literally cause me to freeze to death. It's another thing to be comfortable in shirt sleeves.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because
to be fair, we're out at the bazaar and it's still cold.
yeah, you're still all bundled up and everything,
Yeah.
and it's like you're more comfortable than the others for sure, but it is still cold. For him, it looks like it's absolutely nothing to him. But in any case, though, she is kind of looking at you, Rowan, and just kind of saying, seems like you're asking me questions that don't involve buying things. And I'm thinking that those questions are not any of your business.
Even for a little gold?
Well, that's an entirely different subject, isn't it?
Because I understand that even though equipment and preparation can help you through the deep cold, information is almost just as valuable.
I don't. Look. I don't care. He pays me to be my bodyguard. I pay him to be my bodyguard, and he's good at it. So what's the problem?
As you can tell, I've heard some things, or would like to know and clarify some things.
Okay, look, you're asking too many questions, buddy. I'm going to ask you to move along, please.
You have an undead bodyguard who I've been told is suspected of murder with icicles. I was trying to be copacetic with this conversation, so I'll just be blunt.
She looks over at Sefik, and he nods to her, and she draws her weapons, and we're rolling initiative.
Oh boy.
Wow.
Yeah,
I
On.
would say Doc's Rider is leaving, but okay.
yeah.
Too late.
Yeah. So let's go ahead and let's.
Thank goodness for that
Yeah.
long rest, yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was
Yeah.
trying.
Well, yeah. I mean,
Person. This guy likes being in the cold in the bushes. He's not good with people.
well, you're also making an assumption that she is more interested in. Oh no, the poor people that my bodyguard might kill sometimes when he's off work.
You know, I thought maybe that she would be upset that it might hurt her business if bodies showed up every time they made camp.
Well, it turns out that they think that you guys are going to try to cause trouble, and they're going to cause trouble first. So, yeah. All right, let's see. Let's. All right, so let's just go ahead and get everybody on. I don't have a specific map for this one, so. And we're gonna roll initiative.
There we are.
That's not bad.
Oh, yeah. Should probably actually roll.
All right, and And
Oh.
then if
Wow.
everyone wants to put their initiative in the little turn tracker, that would be great.
I got a wonderful roll.
Right?
Ig, my dude.
Okay, and then let's see.
Okay. I'm going to say that at the start of all this, Marcher was some distance off from this nonsense.
Okay.
Not like completely out of bounds, but just like not real close.
Mm-hmm.
Because he was like, oh my god, they're gonna start a fight.
Yeah. It's weird that they didn't give Torga an actual like artwork, like, or even just a generic one, but they didn't. So let's see. Rowan, I think. So Sefik, let's say, is over here. Rowan, you were over here talking to Torga. These other two were kind of doing their own thing before. And everyone else kind of try to place yourself approximately where you think you would have been.
Yeah. Just like.
Is that I would have been probably closer to where Marcher is.
Well, you can put you can
You can
move your
move
own token.
you can move your token.
Yeah. No, I'm trying to figure out which way is which because my thing is too small. I think I was probably right there.
Okay. All right. Where did it? There we go. Oh, yeah. Why did that not? That first one should have been there, and then the bandits. The other two are
Employees.
Yeah.
Employees.
Yeah.
Oh, damn.
All right. So okay. So they get an 8. All right. So do we? So we need an initiative from Iggy and Dockstrider in the turn
For
tracker.
some reason,
It's-
it's not letting me.
Oh,
Oh,
we
now it
can.
does.
All right, we
click.
can update that.
You just hit
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
There we go.
All right. So, Rowan, I think you suspect that weapons are being drawn, and you have the opportunity to act first. But they do look like they're about to initiate hostilities.
Then I will use disengage, and I would like to back away.
Okay.
I'm going to disengage off to the right.
Mm-hmm.
Can I move my?
Yep. You can.
Yep.
You can move your token. Well, you need to like.
What?
Well, are you? Yeah. So you should be able to move your token.
Okay. Let's see. I'm trying. Let's see if it'll work.
Are you?
Just
What are you?
click it
I
and
was
then
gonna-
click and drag.
Yeah, I am because I'm the one right here. And
This
oh,
is
that-
you.
that's me. There we go.
Yeah.
Aha.
Well, make sure that you're on the select and move icon or the select
Yeah.
and
Not
move.
quite sure.
Yeah. Was
I-
that you? You might have had the little measurement thing
There.
on
Yeah,
there.
it was.
Yeah.
There
The
we go.
little.
Think.
Okay.
And
And-
I'll just draw my longbow.
6.
And
You would only get to here.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
The squares are 5 feet on
Okay.
this map.
So yeah. So I'll do a full disengage and draw my longbow.
Okay. All right. So Marcher, you're next.
Those standing stones, are they anywhere nearby?
No,
Can
you're away. You were close. That's the closest landmark, but they're not
okay,
on this map.
so there's no cover.
No.
I'm going to I'm going to try and surreptitiously cast True Strike on Suffolk.
Okay.
Want me to roll a sleight of hand? For
No,
that?
it's
Right.
fine. Just
Okay.
yeah.
On
Okay.
Sefik?
Yeah.
He is the undead one.
Right. I'm like, nobody's actually shot anything yet, so I'm just preparing.
Okay.
A caster strike.
All right. Darkstrider.
Oh boy, incipient violence, and that's never a good sign.
Yeah, let's see if I got
I think the plan for me is first to check distances. And
I need a
then
better music for this. I need some. Yeah.
head over there, and as a bonus action, calling out to Iggy, hey, you got this one. You got this one. If they come at you, just bash them right in the face. I know you can do it. And I will give them 1d6 Bardic Inspiration.
Yay!
All right.
It takes a bow.
So did you take a full action or?
No. I just wanted to move out of there and do a Bardic action. I don't feel like opening hostilities and.
Okay. Do you want to hold an action or anything?
If someone engages me in melee, I'll attack them right back.
Okay. I'm going to go ahead and just say that it looks like that's what's going to happen. If anyone is
Yeah.
well, unclear on that, I'll go ahead and confirm that seems like what's going down. All right, let's get some better music here. This is a familiar one for the Curse of Strahd campaign. All right. So that was Darkstrider. Ale, your turn.
These are 5-foot squares, right?
Yes.
Okay, so, well, hostilities are going to break out, so the paladin has to engage in hostility. So I'm going to move to here, and I am going to strike at the undead, because I am the paladin, and this is what I do.
Yeah.
Alright, so with my longsword. But that is a whopping 9.
Yeah, a 9. I think he just sidesteps and evades your swing.
Yeah. Well, that was effective. Not.
Yeah. All right. Cephic's turn, and you're the one that just came right up on him.
Yes, I am.
Swinging a longsword. So he is going to swing his. So what you see is he sort of shakes out his arm, and a longsword made of ice seems to just extend from his hand.
I am out of my league. Oh God, who's gonna heal the paladin?
And he is going to attack with it twice, two-handed.
Oh dear.
The first attack is a 7, which is going to miss, I think.
Yes,
And then the second one is an 18 to hit.
that is my armor class. So
Okay, it does 4 slashing damage plus 5 cold damage, but cold
Ouch.
damage is you're resistant to cold damage, so only 2.
So 6 total. Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I am down to 5. So another shot, and well, I'm gonna need a new character.
Yeah. So
possibly.
that's his
Not
turn.
necessarily.
Yeah. All right. The bandits' turn. I think they are sort of the last ones to realize something is going on. So they draw their scimitars, and they're basically gonna just rush up to sort of like support but not attack yet. Like they're like rallying to the group to like, what's going on? That sort of, so they don't make any attacks, but you get the feeling that they might be holding actions too. Actually, you know what? That's what this guy does. This guy is going to attack Ale because you swung a sword at his coworker. So the scimitar attack, wow, dirty 20 to hit.
Oh no.
Yep.
For 7 slashing.
Oh no.
And I'm down
Yeah.
I'm at minus
First
2.
level characters.
Yeah.
First level characters.
Well, also, you know, I know it was not your intent, but initiating combat when they're all around instead of what your
Yeah.
quest giver suggested. But yeah. All right. So, all right, and that makes it actually Torga's turn, and I think she's going to see that happen and just say, "All right, everyone." He attacked us first, and she's clearly like shouting to like everybody around. He attacked us first. We're just defending ourselves. All of you better just get out of here.
You drew down. We did not.
Dude.
Well, Ale attacked Sefik as the first attack. They drew their weapons, but Ale
You
attacked
have an
first.
undead in your crew.
Okay, well, you don't have to disengage. She gave you the opportunity to leave, and you're not taking it. That's fine. So she's going to attack you. That's fine. Well, she's not. Yeah, so I think she is gonna. Well, shoot, though. She's a dwarf. Oh no, she's a. Okay, she's a dwarf, so she actually can't. You know, she can't totally catch up with you because you backed up all the way. So. But yeah, so I think she is going to yeah. She is going to she's going to go up to here, and she's going to throw her dagger at you, Rowan. Throw a dagger. So that's a dirty 20
That is.
for 7 piercing damage.
Oh, Jesus.
And then you get the feeling, and then after that, she draws a scimitar, and then that makes it your turn, Iggy.
Okay. All right. If I can get to here, that means that both of these guys are within 10 feet of me. Is that correct?
That's
Yeah.
correct.
Okay. In that case, that's what I'm going to do.
Okay.
And I'm going to cast Arms of Hadar.
All right. So just please read the spell for me.
You invoke the power of Hadar, the dark hunger. Tendrils of dark energy erupt from you and batter all creatures within 10 feet of you. Each creature in the area makes a strength saving throw. On a failed save, each target takes...
I'm going to be forgiving in this case because the thing is, all creatures, not all creatures you choose. So that would include Ale, but because he's unconscious on the ground, I will say this time you can avoid that, but you get the feeling, though, that you're not actually able to control them that clearly. But otherwise, yeah, you can go ahead and do it in this time.
Would it be better if I... No, because he'd still be within 10 feet of me.
You would have to be up
If you were right here... if you were like right
or
here...
here.
Yeah, that you could do that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, let me... Well, no, then I have to dash, because I was right here, I think.
Okay, let's not worry about it. You're right there.
Okay.
You can get them. You're right there. You can get.
Yeah.
I'm saying it's fine. So let's just do it. Let's
Just
not.
do it.
Yeah.
Just do it.
Okay, they have to make a strength saving throw.
Okay.
DC 13.
All right. So first the bandit gets a 16,
Okay.
and then Sefik got an 8.
All right. On a successful save, so on a failed save, 2d6 necrotic damage and can't take reactions until its next turn.
Okay.
On a successful save, creature takes half damage but suffers no other effect.
Okay. So roll the 2d6.
All right. So 4.
Okay. So the describe what that looks like though when you do that.
I hold out an arm towards them, and just these black dark tendrils just extend from my shoulder and just reach towards them
Okay.
to inflict the damage.
Yeah. So,
And as a bonus action, and I should have done this before I did the attack.
Yeah.
As a bonus action, I want to cast Hexblade's Curse on Sefik.
all right. Okay, that's your turn. Wilfred.
Okay. I'm going to move up to here. Take out my warhammer and try to go smack. Ooh, 24 to hit.
Okay, 24 definitely hits.
For 9 damage.
All right. He takes that hit.
And to put on a shield, is that
I mean,
already a shield?
normally speaking, like if you would have had to be carrying it, but like,
Well, like he'd have it on his person. Like,
okay, what are you asking me?
well, I'm just like, is that like a bonus action?
Okay. In the future, yes. Right
Okay.
now, we're overcomplicating this. We're drawing this out when it's already. You guys are in terrible, terrible danger. Let me just say. So yes, you have your shield up. It's fine.
Okay.
All right.
That's it.
Okay. So Rowan, you're up.
Can I dash can I dash and attack or just dash?
Dash is an action.
Well, yeah. So if you dash, that is your action.
Okay.
So take your move.
Let's see. Yeah, I'll take a 5-foot step and move my full 30 feet. So
Okay.
let's see what that is. That is.
Yeah. Mhm.
All right. So, and then I will. That was it. And then I will fire on. Can I get line of sight on the undead man
Yeah.
Yep.
without hitting? Oh wait, no, he's down. So yeah,
Yeah,
I got
he's
line of
down,
sight on that guy. Yeah. I'm gonna take a shot at him.
Okay.
Oh, does a 13 hit?
It does. He is not wearing armor.
Nice. That's what you get for wearing short sleeves.
Mm-hmm.
Ho ho! 9 damage.
All right. He takes 9 damage.
How does he react to being hit this way?
I mean, it's clearly hurting him. Like
Okay.
his body is taking injuries, but he also doesn't look overly concerned by it.
Okay.
Like he's being damaged.
Okay.
Yeah. But it's only really his demeanor that doesn't seem to be bothered by it.
Okay.
His physical body is certainly being injured.
Okay.
All right. That is Rowan's turn. Marcher.
I will head 30 feet off to the east here and take my true strike shot at Safik
Okay.
with a crossbow bolt.
All right.
Because I don't think my magic's going to hurt him very much.
Might be right.
Just have this funny feeling.
Yeah.
That was the first roll is a 9, the second roll is a 15.
15 hits.
Okay. And this D8 is going to have another 9 points of damage for me too.
Nice.
Yay!
Casting out 9s.
Yeah. All right. That's your turn.
Yeah, I don't think I have a bonus action that is going to be useful in this situation. Nope. Nope.
All right. Doc Schrader.
Doc Ritter mutters something under his breath about the politics of just committing cold-blooded murder on people, and says, looks to Marcher and says, "I think we'd better just go." And I'm going to move to here. And my plan is if Torga, I'm holding an action, so if Torga closes to attack Rowan, I'm going to cast Uncontrollable Hideous Laughter on her.
Okay. It's just Tasha's hideous laughter, right? I mean,
Yeah, that's the one.
okay, yeah. All right. Okay. That would be, so next is, Ale, it's your turn, but that's a death saving throw for you.
Yep. Let me get that. Let's see.
Natural 20.
What's that?
Natural
Well,
20.
hoping for
Oh.
one, but we'll see.
Yeah, we will see.
Got a 5% chance.
And I failed it.
Yeah, so
down.
that's one failure. All right, so that would make it Cephic's turn. I think, given the various targets around him, that he would see Wilfred as his biggest concern right now.
Yep.
And let's see. As you watch, some of his wounds start to close a little bit. And at that point, he is going to attack you twice with his two-handed ice longsword.
Okay.
That's a 24 to hit.
That does hit.
That's going to be 10 slashing. Wait, 10 slashing plus 5 cold damage? Yeah, that is what it is. So that's 15.
Oh dear.
Uh-oh.
Wow. Okay.
I don't know of any first level characters that can take that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, so what is your total hit points
12.
to start? So yeah, so you're definitely unconscious, but you're not instantly dead or anything.
Yeah.
And then I think he moves up here and attacks Iggy. And that's a 21 to hit.
Yep, that hits.
So that's going to be 6 slashing plus 5 cold damage.
Yep, and I'm out.
All right. I
Okay.
think that at that point he is going to stare at Rowan, Marcher, and Doxrider and say, "It would appear that all of you were terribly mistaken, and you're going to take your things with you when you go." And that would be the end of his turn. And then the bandits are like going to follow his lead. Like they don't immediately attack, but they're going to attack if something seems like they ought to. Torga likewise is going to look over at Rowan and say, "See, he's a pretty good bodyguard."
I look at those two and I say, "Get them. I'll keep my eye on him."
Iggy, it's your turn for a death saving throw.
I can't pick them up.
Well, it's also not your turn yet, but anyway.
Yeah.
Okay.
Iggy, death saving throw?
Yep, working on it. 10.
Okay.
Success,
So that's a
yes.
success. Yeah.
Yay!
All right. And then Wilfred, death saving throw?
13.
13. That's a success.
Yeah.
Okay, so Rowan, it would be your turn now. And so you say, like, get them. You're watching. So are you doing anything else, though?
Nope. Just gonna hold my action just in case.
Okay. All right. What about you, Marcher? What are you doing?
I am seriously tempted to just abandon this bunch of idiots. He's this is like wow. Um, Putting away my crossbow, holding up my hands, and backing away.
All right. All right, Doc Strider.
Doc Strider watches watches Marcher backing away and just shakes his head sadly. And let's see. Okay, so moving 30 gets me to there. Can I dash without it essentially being sprinting? I don't want it to look like I'm trying to attack. I want it to me getting to Iggy to pick him up.
Yeah, I think you can do that with just your body language, basically.
Yeah.
Like he has basically said,
Right.
yeah.
And I'm gonna go grab it.
So I guess let's just say, for the sake of expediency, the unconscious folks can be stabilized. They're still unconscious, but not dying. Sefik and Torga briefly confer, and then they start packing up their stuff. But there is definitely looks to you like we told you to mind your own business, and they're wanting you to like drag your friends away and leave.
Well, Doc Strider's got Iggy, but he's also got an 8 strength, so he's not carrying anyone else.
So
Marsha's probably the only person that can move Ale. So if he just wants to leave, then Ale just becomes food for worms.
I mean, is nobody's going to say anything to Marcher as he goes. Nobody's going to say a word. Just going to let him back off like that.
Get the comrades, and you left.
yeah, Rowan yelled to you guys.
He said, "Get your things."
No. Rowan,
undead.
Jason's character, said, "Get them, and we'll leave."
Okay, I thought I heard him say, "Get them," as in go get them, as in
Okay,
attack.
well, so that's communication between you all, but yeah, that's not like.
Okay, I will go back once it's clear that nobody's attacking. I'm going to go up and grab the Dragonborn because he's the biggest, and just grab him by under the shoulders and drag him.
Yeah. So, here's what I propose. All of you are you pull back to lick your wounds and try to help your fallen friends recover. Torg's caravan packs up and leaves town, and all of you have kind of had your butts handed to you. But you are still going to get level 2.
Okay. All right.
But
well, failure is a learning experience.
And for that matter, now that if you feel like, gosh, this guy who is obviously an evil ice serial killer is still out there, and now he knows all of you, and that you're probably going to be coming for him.
Yeah.
So the fact that I am giving you your level up, even though you did not take him down, the DM will remember this.
Yes.
Yeah. Well, I must say, Wilfred, after asking asking about the daggers, he actually bought something a while and moved away.
Yeah. Well, and then you ran up with the Warhammer and attacked him. So.
Yeah. Well.
I mean, he only attacked people who attacked him first.
True.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I think at some point you all might, see like some militia members coming over and talking with Torga, and she says, "We were just operating our business, and they attacked us out of nowhere." And witnesses back them up.
Yep.
I will point out that witness-wise, other than yelling at Iggy, Doc's Rider had nothing to do with that.
Hey, my first action was to move away.
Uh-huh. But yeah, so I think that the Ale, Rowan, and Wilfred will hear ringing in their ears Hlyn Trollsbane saying, "Get him by himself," and so you don't have to fight the whole caravan together.
Yeah.
That's the whole reason I'm hiring a group, is because he was too much for me.
Ale's
Yeah.
intelligence is 8, and unfortunately, that nearly. Well, we nearly had to make maybe roll new character.
Yeah.
So
Well,
Yeah.
so I think that's probably where we will call it for tonight. Everyone can go ahead and get their level 2,
Yeah.
from this powerful learning experience. That there are many dangers in the frozen wastes, and sometimes, sometimes there are approaches, and so yeah, there's some dangerous stuff in this adventure for sure. Less dangerous when you're a higher level.
Yeah.
Ooh, I get a new spell. Yay.
So we'll go ahead and leave it there for now, but thanks everybody for watching and or listening, and thanks to our players, who I hope will not be too discouraged in terms of having fun in the adventure, but also to recognize there are dangerous things in Icewind Dale.
Yep.
Yeah.
All right, so we'll leave it there. Thank you everybody, and good night.
Good night.
Bye.
Good night.
good night.